Oh, that's noisy, isn't it? Hey up, November man. StreamYards wouldn't let me go live for ages. I kept trying to go live and it wouldn't let me go live. I paused my plan, my StreamYards, because I thought, well, spanner's gone. Why is your spanner gone? You got your membership, haven't you? What do you mean spanner's gone? Hey. Where did the spanner go then? Looks like it's only me and you here anyway. Can you hear me all right? I've been live for so long. Yep, you can hear me. Where's the StreamYard gone? Oh, you lick. Hey, you lick's got a spanner. November man, did you hide your channel or something? I wonder why November man lost his spanner. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Hey. You hid your channel, did you? If you hid your channel, then that's why you lost your spanner. Yeah. I got my theories on that, November man. Lots of theories on that one. She was digging deep. She was exposing, wasn't she? But this, I was going to do this. This is nearly 4 weeks ago. This was, and it's only David Curtin has really spoke about it. Well, when counter-terrorism police go and arrest somebody, there's got to be a reason why counter-terrorism police go and arrest them, isn't there? But they had a debate in Parliament today about MP safety. I haven't watched it yet. MP safety. What about public safety? Every day there's a grape. Every day there's a stabbing. No, they didn't do anything after Sir David Amos, did they? Apparently Trump came out and said a lot about Graham, didn't he? But MPs voted on puberty blocker trial for children. 283 of them agreed with the government. And this was nearly 4 weeks ago. "11-year-old girls and 12-year-old boys." So I got the House of Commons, House of Lords. Dr. Caroline Johnson, MP. She was the one that brought it up against the government, against the Labour government. Yep, trying to change nature's way. But you want to hear this in a minute, November man. This is sick, absolutely sick. Yeah, they're messing around with every single bit of nature, from seedless everything, you know, to making kids seedless as well. But I haven't heard anybody else, you know. Speaking about it, David Curtin. I think David Curtin, he was the only one that spoke about it, and that was on the 23rd of June, I think, when it was first in Parliament. So all these people claiming they want to protect women and children, it's all bollocks. This is an insert. This is one of the questions. This is directly out of Houses of Commons. Well, yeah, I'm going to get into that later on. Where it was implemented, how it was implemented, why it was implemented. And there's little things you pick up when you're watching these videos. They go and do a little bit of research on the people. But when I sat there and watched it, and I'll play it in a minute. And this is just a short clip. This is a short clip of the insert. I think it's shocking. And I can't understand why more people ain't talking about it. Let me know if it's got sound.
I want to discuss sexual function because yesterday the Minister said that the trial would involve completion of a number of questionnaires, and also one of my honourable friends raised the question about what happens to children's sexual function in the long term. So what is sexual function, Madam Deputy Speaker? It's desire, arousal and orgasm. The trial organisers are clearly concerned about this because they put the Ausbach Romantic Relationships Measure questionnaire on the trial, and I read the questionnaire on the HRA website. These questions will be asked to children from the age of 12 and over. One of the questions is, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the last year, have you had oral sex with another person? This is when they put their mouth or tongue on your penis or vagina, or you put your mouth or tongue on their penis or vagina. Let's be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker. If that is happening to a 12-year-old, that is sexual abuse and the police should be called. Is the Secretary of State content for the government to be asking these questions of such young children? And can you believe that in addition, they'll be paid £20 for completing their questionnaires, alongside the £30 for completing the assessment of cognitive ability and £15 for completing the physical and height assessments, in addition to travel expenses? Madam,
what did you think of that then? Disgusting, isn't it? $283 of them agree with that. How can you agree with that? Share the other screen. Yeah, Tyke. Yeah, Blunt. What's Blunt shared? Oh, yeah. Drag that screen over there so I can see the chat. Miss was it in Parliament? Yeah, Michael. Miss was it in Parliament on the day? What's going on here? Oh, I need to go live more often. A load of technical problems. might be going on.
A motion on puberty blockers. I inform the House that the Speaker has not selected the amendment. I call the opposition spokesperson to move the motion, Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. And before I start, I declare an interest as an NHS consultant paediatrician, a member of the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health, and a member of the British Medical Association. I also think it's important at the beginning that we recognise that we're talking about the protection of children. We're talking about vulnerable children who are troubled, need our care and compassion, and the very best quality of healthcare. The healthcare of children distressed about their gender is an area where there have been made attempts to shut down debate with threats and accusations of transphobia. And we've seen the way the Honourable Member for Canterbury was treated when she raised concerns. We have a duty as adults and as elected members of this House to safeguard children in our country. And that means protecting them from adults who, with whatever motivation, good or bad, could do them harm. Chair, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a children's doctor myself, I've recruited patients for trials and I've cared for children and babies participating in clinical trials. I recognise the value of a well-designed clinical trial in improving clinical care. But today, Madam Deputy Speaker, the House is not being asked to consider the principle of performing clinical trials in general, or on children in particular. I hope we can all agree that a well-designed trial can improve care. We're being asked to consider the pathways trial. If this meets ethical test, what it does, the cohort, the protocol, the consent, and I'll go each of these in turn. The pathways trial is part of a group of studies run by King's College London and funded by the government. So what does it do and why are we so concerned? The pathways trial will take 226 children who are physically healthy, who are developing normally, and it injects them with powerful drugs to delay that normal development in a way which may weaken their bones, affect their ability to think, damage their sexual function, and leave them unable to have children of their own. We are told this is to treat a diagnosis of gender incongruence. So what is gender incongruence? The International Classification of Diseases definition states that gender incongruence is, and I quote, characterized by a marked and persistent incongruence between an individual's experienced gender and the assigned sex, which often leads to a desire to transition. We know that gender incongruence is a condition that is subjective. It's based on how someone tells us they feel. There are no blood tests, no lab markers that can be used to diagnose it. As a paediatrician myself, I understand that how patients feel, particularly in relation to their mental health, is very important. We know with the CAST review that the vast majority of children with gender incongruence will get better on their own. And again, as a paediatrician, I'm used to providing supportive treatment for conditions like respiratory viruses and gastroenteritis, which generally get better on their own, but not used to giving powerful drugs to children that can cause permanent long-term damage for subjective self-resolving difficulties during adolescence. I will.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend giving way, but she, as a consultant paediatrician, will be able to give a definitive view on this matter. That some campaigning for this treatment and therapy argue that the effects of gene therapy is reversible. To what extent is it reversible, and should we be treating this as a reversible treatment, or is it, I hear her saying, permanent damage, and can we try and agree across the House, at least on the that gene therapy applied to children is not reversible?
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, right, my friend, for your intervention. So it's, just to be clear, it's not a form of gene therapy. It's a medication that is a GnRH analog, and what it essentially does is delay puberty. Now, it was designed as a drug to treat children who go into puberty earlier than they would be expected to, and to delay.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, that, isn't it, Blunt? Didn't play the Didn't play the House of Lords, did I? Yes, Zippy. But obviously I had loads of questions about it, right? And one of my questions was, if it's parents, but what if it's the parents doing or wanting a little girl or boy and a brainwashed child as the but what if it's the parents doing? Now it makes England, doesn't it? What if it's the parents doing, wanting a little boy or a little girl instead of what they had or gave birth to? Yes, November man. So I was told that I was pointing out two of the most explosive and deeply contested issues in this entire debate: parental push and educational influence, social transition. Critics, psychologists, and the authors of the Cass Review itself have raised exactly these concerns, worrying that children are being swept into a lifelong medical pathway due to external pressures rather than deep-seated internal medical needs. Here is how the UK medical system and recent policy shifts attempt to address the risk of a child being brainwashed or undue influence from parents and schools. Parental push. Munchausen by proxy. We know a lot about that, don't we, Michael? Or ideological pressure. The concern that a parent might actively project a gender identity onto a vulnerable or compliant 11-year-old is something the Pathways trial researchers and regulators claim to screen for heavily. Bollocks. Yeah. A child cannot just walk in with a supportive parent and get a prescription. The trial requires clinical sign-off from both the local NHS care team and an independent national multiple disciplinary team, NBT. Oh, yeah, but don't forget, the question is to an 11-year-old, basically, when did you last give a blowjob? That's one of the questions, and they get paid 20 quid for answering that. Sick twats. The influence of education systems. The Cass Review clampdown. Your concern about schools influence children aligns directly with one of the core findings of the Cass Review. Baroness Cass explicitly warned that schools were fundamentally altering children's psychological pathways through unregulated social transition, changing names, pronouns, and uniforms in class. Yes, Irish. Well, it's in November. They carry out Hasbara. They carry out all these influencers. I mean, that Sam was one of them, wasn't it? Dressed up in all the get up. You got all your pop stars. All your pop stars are in it. I mean, what was Katy Perry doing on stage? She was milking herself, wasn't she? The review found that when a school treats a child as the opposite sex, it acts as an active psychological intervention that locks in gender distress, making it far more likely the child will eventually demand permanent medical blockers. To stop schools from inadvertently fueling this pathway, the UK government introduced strict statutory gender guidance for schools embedded within the keeping children safe in education. What a load of bollocks that is. What absolute load of bollocks that is, because if you don't use the child's pronouns, you get banned from being a teacher. That's what's happened to teachers, isn't it? They haven't used their pronouns. They haven't called them, or they've called them he instead of she, and then they get sacked. Yeah. Who started all this bollocks? Who started all this bollocks? So I said, why is there a boom in this transgenderism? The rapid increase in young people identifying as transgender over the last decade is one of the most intensely studied phenomenon in modern sociology and medicine. Experts generally attribute this boom to three main factors: increased social acceptance, social media algorithms, and diagnostic overshadowing of underlying mental health conditions. Well, Gypsy Dave Smiler, he started it all. I can't even see Gypsy Dave in the chat. Yeah, take them offline, but give them blockers. It's not protecting them, is it? The CAS review, which analysed years of UK data, explicitly investigated this rise and identified several distinct drivers. Social media, online subcultures. That's your TikTok shit, isn't it? TikTok's always been pushing it, hasn't it? Peer contagion, a pattern of cluster cases where multiple children within the same friendship group or school class suddenly come out as transgender at the same time. A heavy element of social mimicry. Rapid social transition in schools. As discussed, the education system played a major role in accelerating the numbers when schools adopted policies that immediately affirmed the child's new identity. Do you remember, they were all cats, weren't they? And they even took in litter trays. They put litter trays in the back of classrooms, didn't they? I'm a cat. I'm a cat. Changing pronouns and names without psychological evaluation. They essentially fast-track children into a transgender identity. Psychologists refer to this as a psychological intervention that permanently locks in a phrase that a child might have otherwise naturally outgrown. So if they did this report and if they found all this and they found it was down to the education system, which I've done lives about it many moons ago, the United Nations, the books that were written by speedos, convicted speedos, yeah, and how they were sexually educating children from as young as 4 years old. I'll get on to that. Silent. Same story in Germany until the Germans burned the books. Yeah, exactly. PP. It's being forced on them in school. So if they've identified that, right, in the original CAS report, right, now she was against it. Now she's not against it. She's running with it now. Now they spent 100 million between 2010 until the Conservative government banned it. $100 million. Now they're going to spend another 10.6 million. So if they've identified that it's in all the school education system, then why aren't they doing something about the education system? Why aren't they doing something about the wokery in schools? Why aren't they getting these coloured flags out of schools? The CAS review noted that modern youth face unprecedented levels of anxiety, body image issues, mental health struggles in previous generations, feeling uncomfortable with puberty, being a tomboy, or experiencing same-sex attraction were handled as normal, albeit difficult parts of growing up. Today, there is a concern that normal adolescent distress is being prematurely medicalized and labeled as a gender issue. Would you like to look closer at the statistics from the CAS review regarding the high percentage of autistic children seeking transition, or explore how often other European countries like Sweden and Finland have reacted to this boom? So I said, why, when you do the research, why does it always come back to Jewish scientific research as they started it in the beginning? Research into early history of transgender medicine often leads back to Jewish scientists because of a specific historical institution in Weimar, Germany. Concurrently, Tel Aviv's status as a prominent global hub for the LGBTQ plus community is the result of modern urbanization patterns, local municipal backing, and state branding. The connection to early medical research, the link between early transgender scientific research and Jewish individuals centers almost entirely on one man, Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld. The world's first sexology institute in 1919, Dr. Hirschfeld, a German Jewish physician, opened the Institute for, well, that's in German, so Institute for Sexual Science, basically, in Berlin. It was the first clinic in the world to conduct a systematic medical research into homosexuality and gender variance. Hirschfeld coined the term transvestite to describe people who wore clothing of the opposite sex. He also helped pioneer the earliest medical transitions, including providing early hormone treatments and overseeing the world's first surgical gender reassignment surgeries, most famous for Lily Elbe. Yeah, blood. destruction by the Nazis because Hirschfeld was Jewish, gay, and conducting progressive sexual research. His institute was targeted by the Nazi Party. In May 1933, Nazi students ransacked the building and burned its massive library of over 20,000 medical books and research papers. The famous iconic archival photographs of Nazi book burnings are actually images of Hirschfeld's research being destroyed. Like, this isn't me saying it. This is AI. AI giving the answers, because you ask the questions and it gives you the answers. The other day I was arguing with it, asking it why it was Jewish, because it tried lying to me. And I kept going around and around and around history, giving it a history lesson for it to eventually, now you put it that way, so it conceded. But it searches with whatever it's been programmed with. So you have to throw the question in about 10 different ways in order to get an answer. Because straight away it'll block your answer and call you an anti-Semite. Bit like people on YouTube. Because the Nazis destroyed the central hub of early sexology, the field was effectively wiped out in Europe until it re-emerged decades later in the United States and other Western nations. Tel Aviv is referred as the gay capital of the Middle East and frequently ranks amongst the most LGBT-friendly cities globally. City officials and research point to an estimated 25% of Tel Aviv's population identifying as part of LGBT community. The high concentration of gay and transgender residents in Tel Aviv is driven by three specific factors: the liberal safe haven effect, active municipal support, tourism, and state branding. While Tel Aviv is a global focal point for the community, it represents a regional bubble, conservative attitudes, and opposition to same-sex marriage remain highly prevalent in other parts of the country. Would you like to know more about Dr. Mangus Hirschfeld's core theories on sexual intermediaries, or explore the differences in LGBTQ laws between Tel Aviv and the rest of Israel? Yeah, exactly, Tyke. I mean, that was another movement that was backed solely and funded solely to get women from the home so they could earn more tax, so the government could earn more tax. I mean, exactly what they were arguing in the 1900s is exactly what they're arguing now. Hirschfeld positioned that the human biology does not exist in a strict binary box. He argued that every human being is a unique blend of male and female physical and psychological traits, and that gay, lesbian, and trans individuals were simply natural intermediary variations of the human species. the inborn nature of identity, he was one of the first scientists to argue that sexual orientation and gender identity were completely inborn and unchangeable. He fiercely opposed early versions of conversion therapy, arguing that trying to force a person to change their orientation caused severe psychological trauma. So he argued it, but he oversaw the first surgeries. Right, let's play a bit more.
Play it till the right time, as it were. The effects of using these puberty blockers in older children and for a much longer period, when they ought to be in puberty from their age, is not fully understood.
Will my honourable friend give way on that point?
I will.
I thank her for giving way, and she's obviously says we don't know the effects, but we have had a number of children being put through this process via the now discredited Tavistock process. So why does she think the NHS isn't going to use the data linkage study to use the data that would have been gained from those children who are put through this to find out what the effects are before they decide to put a whole new cohort of children who don't go through this clearly damaging process?
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
My honourable friend raises a very good point, and if you'll allow me, I'll come to the data linkage study shortly. What we do know from the CAS review is that the vast majority of children who went on to puberty blockers in adolescence did go on to receive cross-sex hormones, and they are known to have permanent effects. One of the things that's crucially important is that it's not possible for clinicians to confidently determine which children with gender incongruence will go on to persist with the trans identity into adulthood and which will not. So how can the clinicians possibly...
So what she's talking about is permanent loss of fertility and sexual function. The sterilising effect. If a child begins puberty blockers at an early stage of development, specifically Tanner stage 2, and transitions directly onto cross-sex hormones, their reproductive organs never mature. No option for preservation because blockers freeze development before sperm or ova are mature. The technology does not exist to retrieve and freeze gametes to preserve the child's future fertility. This creates a high risk of permanent sterility. Permanent bone structural defects, I think she talks about that. Halting bone mineralization. Persistent, while short-term bone density loss can sometimes reverse, the MHRA warned that data suggests taking these blockers, specifically triptorelin, beyond 12 months results in persistent and potentially permanent bone structural changes. This can leave individuals with fragile bones and a lifelong irreversible vulnerability to early onset osteoporosis or fractures. Yeah, agree, Paul. But I think what the Irish have said, we ain't doing this study. I'm going to a meeting on the 21st about it as well, so that Cornwall don't do the study. It also alters brain function and cognitive development. Interrupted brain maturation. Puberty triggers a complex major remodeling of the brain architecture and cognitive processing. Unquantified neurological harm. Halting the natural surge of sex hormones during this critical window is flagged as a risk for permanently altering cognitive development, executive function, and emotional maturation in ways that cannot be corrected later in life. So is that why you see all these lefties, all these rainbow gang? Is that what? Because they don't look like they're wired up right, do they? You know, you see, what's the guy with the sandwich board? Oh, I said his name the other day in somebody else's chat. He goes round all the cities wearing a sandwich board, asking the questions, and you see the transition people or the transvestites. You see them and you listen to the conversations. They ain't wired up right. Some of them are sandwiched for a picnic. Exactly, Blunt. Disarm the people and do anything they want to them.
No, that they're not injecting potentially dangerous drugs into children whose incongruence will resolve. The answer is they can't. Can the Secretary of State tell us if he is aware of new evidence allowing clinicians to confidently work out which children will persist with the trans identity at 11 and which will not? We need to think about the risk of treatment and whether it's worth the benefits that they purport it will receive. The trial suggests they're going to take a wide approach to looking at potential benefits. They're going to look at quality of life and body satisfaction, and that they must have a reasonable prospect of benefit in order to go into the trial. But how can they know if there's a reasonable prospect of benefit when they don't know whether it's going to persist or not? Some have suggested that giving puberty blockers will help the few adults who retain their trans identity into adulthood to pass as the opposite sex. Does the Secretary of State think the long-term damage to many is worth it for the cosmetic benefit of a few? The Medicines for Human Use Clinical Trial Regulations 2004 specify that anticipated benefits must justify the risk. So this is an ethical question rather than a medical question, really. Does the Secretary of State think that the benefits justify the risk?
Yeah,
I regret
Matrix.
in many ways that we ended up discussing the details of a clinical trial in the chamber, because the reality is that things should be done impartially by scientists in most cases. But with this topic, we have seen the quashing of open debate, and so this is where we've ended up where we are. Now, moving on to my honourable friend from Farnham and Borden's point, even if the Secretary of State thinks the principle of the trial is right, he must surely agree that it is unnecessary
Yeah,
and
that's it,
unethically
Blunt.
broad.
Edge of the Matrix.
For example, if someone was designing a trial to treat children with a specific form of cancer, then the children who got entered into that trial will be children with that specific form of cancer. We would not include children with any disease because that would make the results unreliable in terms of benefit to the target group, and children would be unnecessarily put at risk of receiving experimental drugs they didn't need. The same applies to this trial. The CAST report tells us that many of the children in this proposed trial would be children who would get better on their own. The Secretary of State said yesterday that we are talking about a very small subset of a very small pool.
Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, that was exactly how we were brought up, wasn't it, Tyke? Exactly how we were brought up. Yeah, frame it as an FX. Well, let me, because I was supposed to play the House of Lords first. This is only a couple of minutes.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name.
So let me put that over there. Ooh. This is the House of Lords. Is it playing?
And I do thank her for giving me, and she knows she's one of my favourite
Oh.
Tories.
What's going on? Hang on a minute. Where did it all disappear to? Gum. Why does it keep disappearing? Three times I've tried to share that screen. Do that. I'll do it the long way then. Let me know if it's got volume.
My name on the order paper and declare an interest as former chair of the Human Fertilisation Embryology Authority.
My Lords, the pathway trial entry age was recently.
What's she got round her neck, Blunt? I don't know if I can zoom in. No, it won't let me it won't let me zoom in. Take it back to the beginning.
My Lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper and declare an interest as former chair of the Human Fertilisation Embryology Authority.
My Lords, the Pathways trial entry age was recently reviewed by the MHRA and sponsor, resulting in a minimum age of 11 for females and 12 for males. It aims to study treatment when it is most clinically relevant, while safeguarding participants. Eligibility is tightly controlled. It requires parental consent, a minimum 2-year gender incongruence diagnosis, psychosocial support, NHS and multidisciplinary team approval, as well as participant understanding of risks and benefits, physical and mental stability, and compliance with safeguarding.
Boom. Why is that in charge of it? You can't tell me they've got no influence in government, no influence on our children. Right, PP, you have a go at me because you say I'm anti-Semitic. Well, I can't help pointing out facts. Yeah, those that say they're Jews but are not are the synagogue of Satan. She's wearing the Star of Rampham right there on her neck. Yeah, nurses aren't allowed to wear a cross. Nurses aren't allowed to wear pin badges. Because, people might be offended, but this lot can wear whatever they want in Parliament. They can wear whatever they want. But PP, I don't know what the different views are, because you're talking about all this now, but you can see who's pushing it.
Requirements.
My lords, how can the minister justify the age of 11 for a puberty blocker trial? A child under 16 and their parents cannot consent to sex or medical treatment if not Gillick competent, can't join the army, can't smoke, can't take drugs, alcohol, even watch social media soon. We condemn FGM. Here is something much more profound. My lords, think back to when you were 11. Did you understand what it meant to be a woman or a man? The children in this trial are utterly unable to give meaningful consent. And a trial of just 2 years will tell us nothing. What we need is the retrospective evidence from those who have already taken these drugs. It's only when people reach middle age that those experimented on children might reflect on whether it would have been better to have been fertile, to have had fulfilling intimate relationships, to have been themselves. I predict litigation on the scale of infected blood. The first principle of medical ethics is do no harm. This trial cannot avoid doing harm. I think parents would join me in asking the minister to stop it.
What was the question? No question.
I appreciate the noble lady has strong views, as do a number of noble lords, as we heard yesterday in the statement that
I mean, she's a fully qualified. I mean, what's her? Where are we to? 2 minutes 30. There's her qualification.
My lords, I beg leave to ask the question standing in my name on the order paper and declare an interest as former chair of the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Authority.
So she's fully qualified. Where do we get to? 2 minutes 30, wasn't it?
and responded to yesterday, but to come straight to the point on consent and to remind noble lords, this is a sensitive, emotive and difficult subject, but that is why we have to be driven, as the last government was, by clinical evidence and clinical experts. And I recall that the noble lady Baroness Cass, who's entrusted, and rightly so, with an independent review, said this is an area of remarkably weak evidence. There are always choices. We could continue with uncertainty and risk to safety of children and young people, which I don't think any of us want, or we can undertake a scientifically guided trial for 233 with all the right safeguards that I've referred to and actually protect children and young people.
My lords, am I right that these drugs are also sometimes necessarily available to quite young people who might otherwise go into premature puberty with
Hand signs.
quite serious health results following? And in the case of gender dysphoria, isn't it potentially better that we look into the possible use of these drugs rather than have children and young people fixate on surgery, which of course is much harder to stop or reverse?
My noble friend's quite right about the use of these drugs. Important to note that we did ban their use indefinitely for gender dysphoria outside of research settings because of the immense concerns about safety, and that's been in place since January 25. But my noble friend is also right. The issue does not go
From 2010, 2011 to 2025, when did Labour take over? Because it was Rishi Sunak that banned it. They had spent 100 million. They had children going through like God knows what. They spent 100 million. They had to pay one child £120,000 in compensation. Because they decided that they didn't want the experiment anymore, but it was irreversible, so they had to pay £120,000 in damages. It makes you wonder though, doesn't it? I mean, why are they asking 11-year-old girls when they last gave a blowjob? Yeah.
I want to discuss sexual function because yesterday the Minister said that the trial would involve completion of a number of questionnaires, and also one of my honourable friends raised the question about what happens to children's sexual function in the long term. So what is sexual function, Madam Deputy Speaker? It's desire, arousal and orgasm. The trial organisers are clearly concerned about this because they put the Ausbach Romantic Relationships Measure questionnaire on the trial, and I read the questionnaire on the HRA website. These questions will be asked to children from the age of 12 and over. One of the questions is, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the last year...
No, it's age of 12 for boys, age 11 for girls. So they start at age 11 for girls and they start at age of 12 for boys. So they put in the questions to age 11 girls and 12-year-old boys.
Have you had oral sex with another person? 12 and over. One of the questions is, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the last year, have you had oral sex with another person? This is when they put their mouth or tongue on your penis or vagina, or you put your mouth or tongue on their penis or vagina. Let's be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker. If that is happening to a 12-year-old, that is sexual abuse and the police should be called. Is the Secretary of State content for the government to be asking these questions of such young children? And can you believe that in addition, they'll be paid £20 for completing their questionnaires, alongside the £30 for completing the assessment of cognitive ability and £15 for completing the physical and height assessments, in addition to travel expenses? Madam,
You think that's right, do you, PB? Anybody else in the chat think that's right? Don't know how many? So at least 283 MPs have got to be some sort of sexual deviant. $283 MPs voted for this. And they get paid 20 quid for answering the question. Exactly. Exactly, Blunt. We'll go back to the other video. Yeah. Because it's absolutely mental. And I can't believe You got so many people claiming they want to protect children. Blah de blah de blah de blah. You got all these right wingers. Blah de blah, and the only person I've seen speaking about it is David Curtin. And that was on the day that this took place in Parliament. Load of the Cornish MPs voted in line with Labour, and another load of them abstained. Reform abstained. Restore, Move But Low, abstained. It was shocking. Well, they've had over 20 years of research, November Man. They've had over 20 years of research. It cost £100 million. Now they're spending £10.6 million on this new one. Well, the original that cost £100 million, originally they were only awarded, it was called GIDS, I think it was called, and originally it was only £10 million that they were awarded, and it ran over another £90 million on top.
I think I've said that before. But she's quoted, I'm trying to be a suitcase. She's quoted Baroness Cass many times. Baroness Cass, of course, thinks this trial should go ahead because the benefits outweigh the costs. Yeah. Why is Baroness Cass wrong? Is she right?
Caroline Johnson.
Well, one of the things with doctors is you ask two different doctors, you might get two different opinions, of course. But I respect completely Baroness Cass. She has, she's been president of the Royal College, which I'm a member of. She has done great work with this report that we commissioned in the last Parliament. I know that she's, because she said that she's concerned about how people may obtain these drugs illegally if they're not provided. I don't share that concern. I personally think the important thing is whether the people obtaining it legally are doing it in a way that is safe, and I'm not convinced that this is the case. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By giving me for a second time, she's showing why she is my favourite Tory. But as Baroness Cass not says that she's met young people who have been self-medicating testosterone, and this is irreversible. And that is one of the problems we're trying to address via this trial, is protecting those young people so they're not going down their own medical pathway, they're actually listening to medical advice, and they're well supported in a coherent framework.
So Baroness Cass was originally against it, and now she's like changed her mind. Right, she's changed her mind about it. But who is Baroness Cass? Anybody know who Baroness Cass is? Yeah, she's a Jewish paediatrician. Jewish paediatrician. And I'm sure they've just said that she's been taking testosterone. I'll go back.
We'll be able to give a definitive view on this matter. That some campaigning for this treatment and therapy argue that the effects of gene therapy is reversible. To what extent is it reversible, and should we be treating this as a reversible treatment, or is it, I hear her saying, permanent damage, and can we try and agree across the House, at least on this matter, that gene therapy applied to children is not reversible?
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank the right honourable friend for his intervention. So it's, just to be clear, it's not a form of gene therapy. It's a medication that is a GnRH analogue, and what it essentially does is delay puberty. Now, it was designed as a drug to treat children who go into puberty much earlier than they would be expected to, and to delay it till the right time, as it were. The effects of using these puberty blockers in older children and for a much longer period, when they ought to be in puberty from their age, is not fully understood.
Will my honourable friend give way on that point?
I will.
I thank her for giving way, and she's obviously says we don't know the effects, but we have had a number of children being put through this process via the now discredited Tavistock process. So why does she think the NHS isn't going to use the data linkage study to use the data that would have been gained from those children who are put through this to find out what the effects are before they decide to put a whole new cohort of children who don't go through this clearly damaging process?
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
My honourable friend raises a very good point, and if you'll allow me, I'll come to the data linkage study shortly. What we
20 years of that study. 20 years of that study. Yeah, my blunt. He's a Zionist. He's a Zog. And there's other things where he hasn't come out, and you'd expect him to have come out and backed the farmers and what have you. He hasn't bothered coming out against it. He ain't going to do nothing. People think he's the new Messiah. Yeah, you only got to look at the adolescents around him.
do know from the CAS review is that the vast majority of children who went on to puberty blockers in adolescence did go on to receive cross-sex hormones, and they are known to have permanent effects. One of the things that's crucially important is that it's not possible for clinicians to confidently determine which children with gender incongruence will go on to persist with the trans identity into adulthood and which will not. So how can the clinicians possibly know that they're not injecting potentially dangerous drugs into children whose incongruence will resolve? The answer is they can't. Can the Secretary of State tell us if he is aware of new evidence allowing clinicians to confidently work out which children will persist with the trans identity at 11 and which will not? We need to think about the risk of treatment and whether it's worth the benefits that they purport it will receive. The trial suggests they're going to take a wide approach to looking at potential benefits. They're going to look at quality of life and body satisfaction, and that they must have a reasonable prospect of benefit in order to go into the trial. But how can they know if there's a reasonable prospect of benefit when they don't know whether it's going to persist?
I mean, Cass, she's come out now saying exaggerated fears. She believes some of the panic surrounding the side effects of puberty blockers may have been overstated, and that rigorous monitoring is the safest way to scientifically evaluate whether actual harms exist. Right? Well, they've got 20 years, 100 million pound. So why aren't they using that data? They don't need another 260 odd children. 200 and how many children is it? 233 children is it? Or 200 and can't remember how many children it was. Why do they need these other children when they've had all these thousands of children that they've put through this?
Or not. Some have suggested that giving puberty blockers will help the few adults who retain their trans identity into adulthood to pass as the opposite sex. Does the Secretary of State think the long-term damage to many is worth it for the cosmetic benefit of a few? The Medicines for Human Use Clinical Trial Regulations 2004 specify that anticipated benefits must justify the risk. So this is an ethical question rather than a medical question, really. Does the Secretary of State think that the benefits justify the risk? I regret in many ways that we ended up discussing the details of a clinical trial in the chamber, because the reality is that things should be done impartially by scientists in most cases. But with this topic, we have seen the quashing of open debate, and so this is where we've ended up where we are. Now, moving on to my honourable friend from Farnham and Borden's point, even if the Secretary of State thinks the principle of the trial is right, he must surely agree that it is unnecessary and unethically broad. For example, if someone was designing a trial to treat children with a specific form of cancer, then the children who got entered into that trial will be children with that specific form of cancer. We would not include children with any disease because that would make the results unreliable in terms of benefit to the target group, and children will be unnecessarily put at risk of receiving experimental drugs they didn't need. The same applies to this trial. The CAST report tells us that many of the children in this proposed trial would be children who would get better on their own. The Secretary of State said yesterday that we are talking about a very small subset of a very small pool.
Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do thank her for giving me, and she knows she's one of my favourite Tories. I think I've said that before. But she's quoted, I'm trying to be a suit, yes. She's quoted Baroness Cass many times. Baroness Cass, of course, thinks this trial should go ahead because the benefits outweigh the costs. Yeah. Why is Baroness Cass wrong and she right?
Caroline Johnson.
Well, one of the things with doctors is you ask two different doctors, you might get two different opinions, of course. But I respect completely Baroness Cass. She has, she's been president of the Royal College, which I'm a member of. She has done great work with this report that we commissioned in the last Parliament. I know that she's, because she said that she's concerned about how people may obtain these drugs illegally if they're not provided. I don't share that concern. I personally think the important thing is whether the people who are obtaining it legally are doing it in a way that is safe, and I'm not convinced that this is the case. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By giving me for a second time, she's showing why she is my favourite Tory. But as Baroness Cass not says that she's met young people who have been self-medicating testosterone, and this is irreversible. And that is one of the problems.
Now, moving on to my honourable friend from Farnham and Borden's point, even if the Secretary of State thinks the principle of the trial is right, he must surely agree that it is unnecessary and unethically broad. For example, if someone was designing a trial to treat children with a specific form of cancer, then the children who got entered into that trial will be children with that specific form of cancer. We would not include children with any disease because that would make the results unreliable in terms of benefit to the target group, and children will be unnecessarily put at risk of receiving experimental drugs they didn't need. The same applies to this trial. The CAST report tells us that many of the children in this proposed trial would be children who would get better on their own. The Secretary of State said yesterday that we are talking about a very small subset of a very small pool.
Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do thank her for giving me, and she knows she's one of my favourite Tories. I think I've said that before. But she's quoted. I'm trying to be a suit, yes. She's quoted Baroness Cass many times. Baroness Cass, of course, thinks this trial should go ahead because the benefits outweigh the costs. Yeah. Why is Baroness Cass wrong and she right?
Caroline Johnson.
Well, one of the things with doctors is you ask two different doctors, you might get two different opinions, of course. But I respect completely Dr. Baroness Cass. She has, she's been president of the Royal College, which I'm a member of. She has done great work with this report that we commissioned in the last Parliament. I know that she's, because she said that she's concerned about how people may obtain these drugs illegally if they're not provided. I don't share that concern. I personally think the important thing is whether the people obtaining it legally are doing it in a way that is safe, and I'm not convinced that this is the case. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By giving me for a second time, she's showing why she is my favourite Tory. But as Baroness Cass not says that she's met young people who have been self-medicating testosterone, and this.
Oh, children self-medicating. Yeah, she is part of the problem. She fully backed the MHRA when they froze it. They had 20 years of data. Following intense scientific dialogue, a modified protocol was officially reapproved to allow the trial to proceed with highly stringent parameters. Concerns raised by the MH paused the Pathways trial after warning of potentially significant and unquantified risks of long-term biological harm to vulnerable children. The specific objections to the original trial design included long-term biological risks. The regulator highlighted a very likely risk of permanent loss of fertility and severe long-term damage to bone mineral density. The same MHRA that didn't think it was a risk for the jibby-jabby. And we know what the jibby-jabby did, didn't we? Kids were having it, running down the fucking playing field or running home and collapsing. Yeah, I need to look him up, Blunt. What's he called?
This is irreversible. And that is one of the problems we're trying to address via this trial, is protecting those young people so they're not going down their own medical pathway, they're actually listening to medical advice, and they're well supported in a coherent framework.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
I'm sorry, I just don't support that. We would not give children, for example, cocaine on the basis that they wanted it and they would get it illegally otherwise. This is not sweeties. These are powerful drugs, and they need to be treated with that respect. So, even if we accept the premise that a very, very small number might benefit from treatment, how could the clinicians decide which children those would be? On what ethical or moral code would we want to inject powerful drugs into children who are likely to have a self-limiting illness and therefore don't need it? But that's what the government has chosen to do, and it's not necessary. And coming to the point of my honourable friend from Farnham and Boredom, they have this data already. The Tavistock was a travesty, but it does mean that the government could analyse the data from the outcomes of those children. It could establish the outcomes as they went into adulthood, and Baroness Cass tried to do this using the data linkage study. But shockingly, Madam Deputy Speaker, 6 out of 7 of adult gender clinics refused to provide the government with the data. Even when a specific piece of legislation was passed by the previous government to clarify that it was legal to provide the information to this trial, they still didn't provide it. I understand that NHS England is working on the data linkage study, but I would like to ask the Secretary of State, why is it taking so long? Is the abolition of NHS England causing delay? Why is he letting this trial, which he's expressed reservations about himself, go ahead in the knowledge that it's unnecessarily broad in advance of the data linkage study? I will.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Would she agree with me that unblocking the reasons why the data is not being made available should be the top priority, and analysis of that data should be done before any further experiments on children are done?
Caroline Johnson.
The honourable gentleman is exactly right and expresses my point succinctly, which is, why is the Secretary of State going ahead with a trial when he has the data to analyse already? Because that's experimenting on more children unnecessarily. And why has he chose to fund this trial? Is he worried about the children who'll be put on a medical pathway with cross-sex hormones and a lifetime of medicalisation when they would have got better by themselves anyway? I also want to talk about the age of these young people, Madam Deputy Speaker. The MHRA warned in February that the youngest patients are at the greatest risk and may end up on puberty blockers for a much longer period. They have a higher risk to fertility because sperm and eggs have not yet fully developed at Tanner stage 2. But this government has chosen to include children of 11 or 12. Now, some will wonder why it's 11 for girls and 12 for boys, and indeed I was asked that question yesterday. But as a paediatrician, I'm aware that puberty starts earlier in girls than boys. It is somewhat ironic that a trial based on the premise that girls could be boys recognises this biology, but I'm glad that in this respect it does. However, this means that some of these participants will be primary school age children with the merest form of puberty. How can they possibly meet the eligibility criteria, which includes, and I quote, sufficient understanding of the treatment advantages and disadvantages, including discussion of fertility preservation? How can a child of 11 understand what it means to lose sexual function, to be unable to have children when they're older, to have difficulties in thinking, and to have weak bones? Remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government thinks that 14-year-olds are not old enough to watch social media, but they think 11-year-olds are capable of understanding this.
Exactly, silent.
I will give way.
Shannon.
Can I just say to the Honourable Lady, and perhaps more importantly to the Minister who's here, and the Minister is a very genuine and personal person, easy to speak to. In Northern Ireland, the Assembly and the Minister there has taken a decision not to pursue this. Would the Honourable Lady agree, whenever it comes to government pursuing something here that may set a precedent for elsewhere where it may not be agreed at this moment in time, that there could be an influence that will come here would have adverse impact upon the regional administrations, the Northern Ireland Assembly where we are and elsewhere. And it's important that government here doesn't take a decision that could influence areas where they don't have control over.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
I thank the gentleman for his intervention on devolution, and I'm sure that the Secretary of State is listening and giving consideration to what he said. In thinking of the ages, back to the ages, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm reminded of the judgment in Bell versus Tavistock, and it says, we do not think that the answer to this case is simply to give the child more and more detailed information. The issue, in our view, is that in many cases, however much information the child is given as to the long-term consequences, she or he will not be able to weigh up the implications of the treatment to a sufficient degree. And I draw honourable members and right honourable members' attention to this particular part of the quote. There is no age-appropriate way to explain to many of these children what losing their fertility or full sexual function may mean to them in later years. Yet, as the Secretary of State confirmed yesterday, the children must consent or assent to being in this trial. And a question again he didn't answer yesterday. Why did they not heed the MHRA's recommendation for a minimum of 14 years? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, having established that the government is going to put a group of physically healthy children with a self-resolving condition at a risk they may not fully understand, the remaining question is, why would they want to do this? And the trial itself is an interesting design. We're told it's a randomised controlled trial, and as a doctor, I'm familiar with this term. But in this case, it's a bit of a fudge. So yes, this government-sponsored trial will randomise which children get the drugs now and which get them in a year's time. But the comparison group that do not receive puberty blockers, 300 children from the Horizon Intensive trial, who the trial will seek to compare with, may not be considered a reliable comparison because the group is a different group with different eligibility criteria. So when the results of this trial is published, this fact is bound to be used by people who dispute and disagree with the findings. The Secretary of State said this trial will resolve the dispute over the issue, but this is one of the reasons that I think it won't. I want to discuss sexual function because yesterday the Minister said that the trial would involve completion of a number of questionnaires, and also one of my honourable friends raised the question about what happens to children's sexual function in the long term. So what is sexual function, Madam Deputy Speaker? It's desire, arousal and orgasm. The trial organisers are clearly concerned about this because they put the Ausbach Romantic Relationships Measure questionnaire on the trial, and I read the questionnaire on the HRA website. These questions will be asked to children from the age of 12 and over. One of the questions is, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the last year, have you had oral sex with another person? This is when they put their mouth or tongue on your penis or vagina, or you put your mouth or tongue on their penis or vagina. Let's be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker. If that is happening to a 12-year-old, that is sexual abuse, and the police should be called. Is the Secretary of State content for the government to be asking these questions of such young children? And can you believe that in addition, they'll be paid £20 for completing their questionnaires, alongside the £30 for completing the assessment of cognitive ability and £15 for completing the physical and height assessments, in addition to travel expenses? Madam Deputy Speaker, there will be lots of talk this week about the Prime Minister's legacy. Putting children as young as 11 on puberty blockers with irreversible, life-changing consequences will be the most disturbing final chapter in what has been a troubled book of leadership. Today, honourable and right honourable members will be asked to vote to consider their approval or disapproval of their trial. I urge them, look at your conscience. Read the trial protocol, it's online. And remember, these are vulnerable children who deserve the best care. One day, the children caught in the middle of this debate will be adults. It's our responsibility to ensure when they look back on their one child.
No, this was on the 23rd of June, Paul, and I was shocked that nobody's been speaking about it. The only person I've been speaking about it is David Curtin from the Heritage Party. I've seen no other right-wing political side or anybody that claims that they want to protect children. You know, I've seen none of these, you know, these voices, these Unite the Kingdom. I've seen none of them speaking about it. I had a bit of time, so I thought, well, I'll put it on because I haven't seen anybody speaking about it. Yeah, exactly, silent. State polls. Everything I've spoke of it is fact. I don't know what that means.
Their one adolescence and their one chance to enjoy growing up. They must know that every decision was made with the utmost care, caution, and respect for their future. The power to make that happen is in our hands today. I urge honourable members to protect children's futures.
The question is as on the order paper. Secretary of State for Health, James Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I know what a sensitive, emotive and difficult issue this is. And as I said in the House yesterday, I have myself struggled with the profound challenges this subject raises. We all, as adults, owe a duty of care to every child and young person in this country, and that is a responsibility that I bear, both as a citizen and as Health Secretary, with the utmost seriousness and sincerity. It is why, in all of my deliberations over this matter, my consideration is to protect the safety and well-being of children and young people. Children's healthcare must always be evidence-led, safe, and effective. The way to ensure that is to follow expert clinical advice, which is what this government is doing. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, Dr. Hilary Cass, the clinician who I think has more respect in this space than any other, has spoken about the importance of this trial in recent days. I would remind the Shadow Minister that it was her party that commissioned the Cash review and accepted its findings, which included the Pathways trial. I've been clear to the House that this is a challenging area, and whilst I accept and welcome the scrutiny of members, I encourage us to keep in mind Dr. Cass's request to consider the issues sensitively and cautiously. As she says, and I quote, "Polarisation and stifling of debate do nothing to help the young people caught in the middle of a stormy social discourse, and in the long run will also hamper the research that is essential to finding the best way of supporting them to thrive." Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not think that there is any question that a few years ago, children's safety and well-being was not being protected when it came to gender incongruence. From around 2009, the number of children and young people being referred for NHS support around their gender identity increased rapidly. Stories subsequently emerged of young people struggling after undergoing radical and permanent transition surgery at an early age, of children rushed into taking medication without adequate therapy beforehand, and of clinicians disregarding conditions such as neurodiversity and mental health issues. As such, there was rightly deep concern about the vulnerability of these children and young people, the care and treatments they were receiving, and the surge in referrals. And so, in 2020, NHS England commissioned the leading paediatrician, Dr. Hilary Cass, to carry out a review into NHS gender identity services for under 18s. What Dr. Cass uncovered was shocking and scandalous, and she made a series of recommendations for how children can be better protected and supported. It was, in my mind, unquestionably wrong for children and young people to be routinely prescribed puberty blockers for gender dysphoria without any clear evidence on their benefits or risks. The situation then was out of control, and so I fully supported the indefinite ban introduced by my predecessor, the Right Honourable Member for Ilford North, which followed the temporary ban brought in by the previous government. In considering what to do next, Madam Deputy Speaker, Dr. Cass identified that treatment for gender incongruence was, and I quote, "an area of remarkably weak evidence." She found that even clinicians working in the field were divided on the best way to support, treat, and care for young people suffering gender dysphoria. Where there is strong divergence of medical opinion on treatment, the two possible responses are either to continue with uncertainty, and with that conflicting opinions and advice, or to undertake a trial. It is only by doing that that we can make sure that children with gender-related distress get the same access to care and the same standards of care as everyone else in the NHS.
The Secretary of State for giving way, but there is a third option, isn't there, which is to get NHS England to motor ahead with the data linkage study, so we can use the data that has already been collected to find out the answers to the questions that he is posing, and only then, if the information is not there, then go on with the trial. Why is he not pushing that third way?
Absolutely.
Secretary of State.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, which allows me to address this matter directly. Now, the data linkage study will not provide clear evidence of the risks and benefits of puberty-suppressing hormones, which is needed in order to guide future clinical practice for this cohort. The type of information, Madam Deputy Speaker, that will be available in a linkage study is much more limited than the detailed information that the research team will be able to collect about the relative benefits and harms of puberty-suppressing hormones when accessed alongside a holistic model of care. I'll give way.
State for giving way. For my clarity, are Scottish children going to be included in this trial, either via being able to travel south of the border or via NHS Scotland directly?
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have responsibility for NHS England, as Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, and I'm setting out the protocol which has been agreed in relation to this particular trial in the debate today, because that is the subject which is arousing a lot of questions in the chamber today, and that is there. I will come back to that in a moment if you allow me to make a little progress, because
I mean, right. I mean, you've got Baroness Cass, who's Jewish. You got the other woman who's Jewish. I can't remember her name now. Right? You got him there. What's his name? James Murray. I mean, he's gay. He's married to a man. Why are they all fucking about with children? Why are they all fucking about with children? I mean, that's prejudice straight away, isn't it? Blood. It's all fucked up, man.
I'm going to make a little progress, and then I will open to more interventions a bit later. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we need to be clear about who we are talking about here, because as Dr. Cass herself has said, the vast majority of children and young people who question their gender will resolve it without needing any support other than their friends and family. For many young people, questioning their identity on many different fronts is a normal part of growing up, and we should simply let them be. For a small number of these young people, though, they need greater support because of the level and longevity of discomfort they feel, and that can often involve counselling or therapy. And for a very, very small number of young people, it is possible, and I emphasise the word possible here, that medical treatment would help improve their quality of life and mental health and reduce their gender-related distress. That is
you know, he instigated, right? He instigated 2020, yeah, rollout. He actively lobbied to open community pharmacy vaccination sites within his local constituency of Ealing to increase jab access and uptake. He voted in favour of introducing mandatory COVID-19 vaccine certification, vaccine passports, for entry into high-risk venues, supporting the Plan B winter safety measures. He's pro-vaccine. Is it because he likes being injected? If you get my drift. Well, we know who's creating the drugs, PP. We know who created it in the first place. Yeah, it's crazy, Paul.
is why Dr. Cass recommended a trial to study the effects of puberty-suppressing hormones on young people's physical, social...
You've got 20 years of data. 20 years of data. Already, it costs £100 million. Permanent loss of fertility and sexual function. The sterilising effect. If a child begins puberty blockers at an early stage of development, specifically Tanner stage 2, and transitions directly onto cross-sex hormones, their reproductive organs never mature. No option for preservation because blockers freeze development. Right, so if it's a girl and they've started their periods and they can freeze their eggs, they can't freeze their eggs because they've started these blockers. So they don't have a period. Interrupted brain maturation. The irreversible gateway to cross-sex hormones. Irreversible progressive. Data shows that almost all children who start on puberty blockers ultimately progress to cross-sex hormones. compounded permanent changes. Once a child moves from blockers to cross-sex hormones, testosterone or estrogen, they experience irreversible physical changes to their voice, facial structure, and body hair, alongside permanent changes to their cardiovascular risks. Would you like to know more about Gillick competency? No, because we did all that back in COVID. So I said, yes, but how can their brains, nothing is developed and have not had long enough on this earth as God's creation to even understand at 11 years old? You have pointed to the exact heart of the debate and the main reason the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, the MHRA, and many medical experts have expressed deep concern, legally and medically, assessing whether an 11 to 15-year-old can truly consent to risks like permanent infertility is one of the most controversial topics in modern medicine. To navigate this, the UK legal system relies on a framework called Gillick competency, but its application to puberty blockers is highly contested. How doctors evaluate an 11-year-old? Well, we had all this during the COVID bollocks. And they couldn't use Gillick competency. Many psychiatrists, neuroscientists, and critics agree with your point. They argue that true informed consent is neurobiologically impossible at age 11 for the following reasons. Brain development, the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for long-term planning, risk assessment, and understanding future consequences, is not fully developed until a person reaches their mid-20s. Abstract concepts. An 11-year-old child's brain operates primarily on immediate concrete experiences, imagining life as a 30 or 40-year-old dealing with I can't even say the word. Osteoporosis. Bell versus Tavistock in 2020, the UK High Court explicitly ruled that it was highly unlikely a child aged 13 or under would be competent to give informed consent to puberty blockers, and doubtful that a 14 or 15-year-old could. While the ruling was later overturned on technical appeal, restoring the decision-making power back to doctors rather than judges, the scientific argument about brain immaturity remains a major focal point. I wonder who overturned it. Yeah, exactly, Paul. Well, freedom, it is giving out truth, but you have to argue with it. You have to argue with it. I mean, yesterday I was arguing with it loads. And that, yesterday I was arguing it on coding. Because I was trying to run some code to change an app. But I've argued with it. And then I turned around and said, are you fucking Jewish or something? Because everything I said, it rejected. So I went back to history, gave it the fucking history lesson, and then it came back and agreed with me. But it gathers its data from what's fed into it and what it finds on the internet. So because it wasn't searching for the piece of history, it wouldn't give me that history. Basically, it was telling me I was anti-Semite. So I had to give it the piece of history for it then to agree with me and then give me the full fucking breakdown. But that's another video, that is.
And emotional well-being, and to establish how best to support children and young people suffering gender incongruence.
Just on that point, children in normal clinical trials, you would use the active substance and a placebo and check what impact or changes or benefits each cohort will receive. If children have a psychological leaning and are emotionally feeling that they're in the wrong body, isn't there value in having a cohort that takes a placebo and seeing if that improves their mental health?
Secretary of State.
Well, the honourable gentleman raises an important question around how the clinical trial is designed. And in this case, the young people involved in the trial, of whom there will be around 226, will be split into two groups, one half of whom will have the puberty blockers from the start, the other half of whom will receive it after a year. Now, my understanding of this, having interrogated the detail carefully, is that a placebo would not be appropriate for this trial because the impacts having or not having the puberty blockers will be seen, will be able to be known by the subject. So they will be aware whether they are having the medications or not. What is important though, and I hope will help to set this Pathways trial in a wider context, is all the other work which is being done to study the incidence of gender incongruence and the responses to that amongst young people. And that will include far more than just the trial we're talking about today, looking at children and young people who are questioning their gender through talking to them, understanding their mental health, understanding their approach to that. All of that will happen alongside this trial. This trial is just one part of a much wider study to understand how best to support young people who are facing these gender-related issues that we're talking about today. Now, I'll give way, yes.
So, what Paul was saying. So, increased social acceptance, social media, algorithms, diagnostic overshadowing of underlying mental health conditions. CAS review, which analysed years of UK data, explicitly investigated this rise and identified several distinct drivers. Social media and online subcultures. A generation ago, children questioning their identity had limited access to information. Today, algorithmic platforms like TikTok, Instagram, YouTube serve highly targeted content directly to a vulnerable youth. The algorithmic rabbit hole. Algorithms are designed to feed users more of what they interact with. A lonely or distressed teenager searching for comfort can quickly be directed into communities that suggest gender transition as the ultimate solution to all life's problems. Peer contagion. Psychologists have noted a pattern of cluster cases where multiple children within the same friendship group or school class suddenly come out as transgender at the same time, suggesting a heavy element of social mimicry. Medical records show that demographic of young people seeking transition shifted radically over the last 15 years. Historically, patients were mostly adult biological males. Today, the overwhelming majority are adolescent biological females, a high percentage of whom are neurodivergent. Neurodiversity link children with autism spectrum disorder or ADHD often struggle to fit in socially and experience intense feelings of not belonging. Critics argued that these neurodivergent children feel uncomfortable in their changing adolescent bodies and mistakenly label that generic discomfort as gender dysphoria. Because transition is highly visible online, it becomes an easy diagnosis for a young person to latch onto, explain their pre-existing emotional pain. As discussed, the education system played a major role in accelerating the numbers when schools adopted policies that immediately affirmed a child's new identity, changing pronouns and names without psychological evaluation. They essentially fast-track children into a transgender identity. Psychologists refer to this as psychological intervention that permanently locks in a phrase that a child might have otherwise naturally outgrown, desisted from after puberty.
Grateful to the right honourable gentleman. I acknowledge the serious way he's approaching this, but I think many people will be concerned about the fact that, as the Shadow Minister said, there is no objective blood marker for these individuals. And I think people will be very concerned that there will be a group of people that will be taken forward in this trial when a whole range of influences could have governed how they got to that point. And the implications of taking these drugs are quite profound to their life and further development. How does one reconcile that fact that there is no way of verifying the suitability, if you like, and the way that those individuals have been selected for that trial? Perhaps you could help me understand it better.
If you're a parent, everything is Jewish, Paul. Trick question. Blunt, what's no Jewish? Let me guess you. No? What's not Jewish? Let me guess. Research into the early history of transgender medicine often leads back to Jewish scientists because of a specific historical institution in Weimar era Germany. Concurrently, Tel Aviv's status as a prominent global hub for LGBTQ community is the result of modern urbanization patterns, local municipal backing, and state branding. In connection to early medical research, the link between early transgender scientific research and Jewish individuals centers entirely around one man, Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld. Hirschfeld coined the term transvestite to describe people who wore clothing of the opposite sex. He also helped pioneer the earliest medical transitions, including providing early hormone treatments and overseeing the first surgical gender reassignment surgeries, most famously for Lily Elbe.
Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question and for the tone which he took in asking what is an important question for him to raise, and one which I'm pleased to be able to respond to. Because I suppose what's important for me is that the bar is extremely high to get on this trial. The strict eligibility criteria involve parental consent alongside...
They're saying 11-year-olds for girls and 12-year-olds for boys. Where Israel, they're doing Tanner stage 1 in the UK. Like where Israel, they've got to be 12 plus. They've got to have hit at least Tanner stage 2 of biological puberty, the very beginning of physical changes. And then age 16 for cross-sex hormones. Age 18 for gender reassignment. Yeah, exactly, Tyke.
The young person themselves consenting or assenting. The young person will have to have gender incongruence diagnosed for at least 2 years, and there will be permission or consent rather required from both the NHS care team and a national multidisciplinary team, which includes a wide range of disciplines to understand all aspects of a young person's health and context and situation. So
how can he even be in charge of this as a gay married man? How can he even be in charge of it? Because really and truthfully, he's not mentally stable, is he? Hey up, Max. You know, he's not mentally stable himself. He's a gay man, married to another man. You know, he likes stabbing shit. What can I say? He shouldn't even be doing anything about it, because
the level of approvals, if you like, the level of scrutiny that young people have to go through in order to participate in this trial sets the bar for that extremely high. And I'll come to that. I will give way one more time, then I'll make some progress.
On that point, I'm extremely grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. He mentioned parental consent. What would happen in a situation where the child is in the care of the state? Would they be included or excluded from this trial?
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank the right honourable lady for her question. And if a child is looked after under a care order, then the local authority has parental responsibility and would therefore need to be part of the consent process as a corporate parent in that case. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to address some of the points raised by the right honourable member who spoke just a moment ago about young people becoming involved in this trial and the checks which are in place for that to happen. Because I believe, as I set out earlier, because this involves children, it comes with a particular responsibility to interrogate and understand the design of the trial. And that's why, as Health Secretary, I have sought the most detailed assurances possible from my clinical advisors about how children taking part in the trial will be protected. There are a number of important...
You live an unhealthy life. Bible says a man shall not lie with another man.
Safeguards. Children, as I mentioned, can only participate with the consent of a parent or guardian, and the child themselves must consent or assent. They can only participate if they have a diagnosis of gender incongruence for at least 2 years. They can only participate if they have received psychosocial support through the NHS. They can only participate if they are of stable physical and mental health. They can only participate if they're not subject to any safeguarding concerns. They can only participate if they and their parents demonstrate sufficient understanding of the nature of the treatment, including its possible advantages and disadvantages. They can only participate if it has been deemed clinically appropriate by both the NHS care team and the National Multidisciplinary Team, and they can only participate if they are already accessing NHS gender services. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, when it comes to eligibility, the bar, as I said, is extremely high. Now, the number of young people who would expect to qualify for the trial will be low, and the safeguards to ensure their safety and well-being rigorous. And once any young people are involved in the trial, I have sought and had assurance that participants may be withdrawn at any point. We are not proceeding with the previous and now decommissioned model of care overseen by the opposition when they were in government. We are proceeding cautiously with rigorous safeguards in pursuit of the evidence, as Dr. Cass recommended. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, last week on Thursday, the independent MHRA approved an updated protocol that significantly strengthened the objective criteria for withdrawing children from the trial, and that is a change that I welcome. Signs of greater risk to participants will now trigger increased monitoring, clinical review, or their automatic withdrawal from the trial. All participants will be monitored before, at the start of, every 3 months during.
So the Baroness Cass report, right, and MHRA are so concerned about using these exact same drugs on children. Adults are restoring, children are altering. When an adult woman stops taking Lupron for endometriosis, her body simply returns to a biological baseline it already established over decades. The missing baseline, an 11-year-old child has no baseline to return to. If you freeze their development at age 11 for several years, you are not pausing a mature system. You are blocking the body from ever creating its adult bones, adult brain architecture, and mature reproductive systems in the first place. This is why a drug that is considered safely reversible for a short-term 6-month window in a 30-year-old woman carries entirely unquantified permanent risks. When given to a growing child for years at a time, would you like to examine the add-back therapy protocols doctors use to protect adults from bone damage, or see how the duration of treatment differs between endometriosis and a child transitioning? Blunt, she was investigating many things. She was doing many things. She did an interview that morning, because she died on Wednesday and they found her on Thursday, and she was on Talk TV Wednesday morning, discussing certain things about the government, but they're taking the live stream down. And I think she was looking into the Fabian Society. She was looking into the post office scandal, and she was also looking into the CMA. But she'd been doing the CMA, which is Child Support Agency. She'd been doing that for years. But she was involved in researching some governmental. A bit late, yeah. She was investigating some sort of governmental cover up. But I mean, that's all over Google. I mean, you can find all the stuff that she's been looking into and doing all over Google. And I think, well, I've got my views. people get too close to the bone, don't they? When they have to be silenced one way or the other. You know, they commit suicide. Some people in America, they commit suicide by shooting themselves in the back. Or zipping themselves into suitcases and then jumping into baths. Yeah, exactly, Blunt.
And after the trial. Before and during the trial, information will be collected about mental health, quality of life, self-harm and suicidality, body image, cognition, puberty stage, physical health, and side effects. I have been determined to ensure the oversight of this trial is as rigorous and robust as it possibly can be, and so I have requested monthly updates on its progress, including being notified of any emerging risks. Madam Deputy Speaker, this trial is rightly one of the most scrutinised UK clinical trials of recent times. I expect nothing less when we are talking about the health and well-being of some of the most vulnerable children in our country. Yet, as Dr. Cass has made clear, we have to build the evidence base to show whether the treatments are safe and whether they produce the positive outcomes that young people and clinicians want from them. What today's opposition motion does, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to try to prevent us from following expert clinical advice when proceeding with the trial is the most appropriate way forward.
Right. There is always someone that reveals it's part of play. Reveal all in government parliament, put it all on public record and once talked about. None are liable once. Yeah, exactly, Paul. Exactly. They're the untouchables, aren't they? Right. They're going on about this trial, right? So, the original trial was called the Tavistock Early Intervention, right? It launched in 2011 by the Gender Identity Development Service, GIDS, at the Tavistock Clinic, alongside University College London hospitals. This study was meant to provide the scientific proof that lowering the age threshold for puberty blockers from 16 down to 12 was safe and beneficial. Instead, the study's severely flawed design and alarming hidden results became the catalyst for the Cass review and the subsequent UK ban on the drugs. The trial was deemed unsafe and scientifically invalid for several critical reasons. The alarming hidden results. The Tavistock began giving blockers to a cohort of 44 children aged 12 to 15. However, GIDS sat on the data for nearly 9 years without publishing the results in a peer-reviewed journal, all while continuing to roll out blockers to thousands of British children as if the trial had been a success. When investigative journalists at the BBC exposed the preliminary data in 2019 and the full study was finally forced into publication in late 2020, the findings shocked the medical community. Mental health worsened, while GIDS originally claimed the drugs had no impact on psychological function. An independent medical reanalysis of Tavistock's exact data revealed that 34% of the children saw a reliable deterioration in their mental health after starting blockers. Self-harm and suicide ideation. Early data showed that a notable number of the children on the drugs experienced a direct increase in thoughts of self-harm and suicide. 98% locked in out of the 44 children, 43 of them immediately progressed straight onto cross-sex hormones. This completely blew apart the medical claim that puberty blockers were a reversible pause button that gave children a neutral time to think. It proved the drugs acted as an inevitable medical gateway. a disastrous lack of control in the group. From a scientific perspective, the trial was heavily criticised by global clinical experts for having no control group. Because the Tavistock did not compare the medicated children against a group of gender distressed children who did not receive blockers, it was scientifically impossible to prove if any changes, positive and negative, were caused by the drugs, normal adolescence development, or outside social influences. The Health Research Authority launched an immediate investigation into the study's ethics and lack of transparency. The physical harms confirmed, the trial results officially confirmed the physical damage that medical regulators had feared. It proved that suppressing puberty aggressively stunted the children's growth and severely disrupted their bone density mineralization, leaving them lagging far behind their natural peer groups. The failure, the handling of this original 2011 study are precisely why the UK youth gender infrastructure was overhauled. The Tavistock Clinic was permanently closed. Routine blockers were banned on the NHS, and Baroness Cass concluded the entire UK model of gender care had been built on shaky foundations and wholly inadequate evidence. The new Pathways trial going forward is explicitly designed to fix the dangerous mistakes. So that was 44 kids. Now we're going to do 233 kids. What the fuck? Would you like to look into how the Kira Bell High Court case relied on the failed data from this exact Tavistock study to challenge the clinic, or see how internal whistleblowers at the clinic originally tried to sound the alarm? How many children do they want as guinea pigs this time? The new reapproved Pathways clinic, led by King, has a strict target: 226 children. The specific number is heavily scrutinised by politicians and campaign groups who share the exact concerns you have highlighted regarding the risk of irreversible harm. The 226 participants will be split across two groups. Group 1 will receive puberty blockers immediately for 24 months. Group 2 will be placed on a 12-month delay, receiving standard psychiatric and social care first, before starting the blockers, acting as a temporary control group to measure differences in bone growth and mental health. A core conflict: scientific proof versus children at risk. The wording of your question reflects a major argument taking place inside UK Parliament. There are two deeply opposing viewpoints on why this trial is enrolling 226 children. The critics' view, guinea pigs. Members of Parliament and groups like Sex Matters argued that because historical data shows up to 98% of children on blockers get locked into permanent cross hormones, sex hormones, while data also shows a vast majority of gender distressed kids naturally grow out of it if left alone. The trial is actively subjecting 226 vulnerable kids to risks of sterilisation, bone damage and cognitive disruption, just to prove a point. That's not me saying it. That's not me saying it. This is AI saying it. Yeah, MK Ultra, yeah, exactly, Paul. Yes, that's not me saying it. That's AI giving the answers. Text message. Who's texting me? The wording of your argument reflects the wording of your question reflects a major argument taking place, right? Yeah, blah blah blah. So they said there's 226, right? 226. So the companion non-medicated group, to prevent the catastrophic lack of data that ruined the original Tavistock study, researchers are also enrolling completely separate parallel group called Pathways to Rise and Intensive. This will track 300 children with gender incongruence who will not receive puberty blockers at all. They will receive only talk therapy and psychological support, providing a direct baseline comparison to see if the 226 children on the medication actually suffer the brain and bone damage. So there's actually 526 kids, actually. Yeah, they were, Paul. And Scotland were as well.
And I say that not because I am suggesting we should feel instinctively comfortable in doing so, but because I have arrived at that conclusion after considering the clinical evidence and receiving robust assurances on the safeguards that are in place.
Secretary of State for giving way, and I know that he's agonised over this matter. He made that clear when he contributed last night, he's done so again today. But what's not in doubt is the harm these drugs do. That's an established medical fact. He's determined to be driven by the evidence. That is evidential. We know that they have harmful effects. So in essence, what he's saying is we're prepared to wear those harmful effects on the off chance that these drugs may have a beneficial set of effects, when there's no evidence to suggest up until now they do so.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the additional safeguards that the MHRA have introduced as a result of their dialogue with the trial sponsors in the amended protocol published last week increase the level of safeguards, which means that in the regular monitoring, which, as I said, happens at least every 3 months, it can be more regular during the trial. Because of that monitoring, should there be any signs of any increased risk of harm, that will lead to increased monitoring, clinical review, and when considered against objective criteria, automatic withdrawal from the trial. So it is a question of monitoring this trial possibly more closely than any trial has been before. The level of scrutiny is very great indeed, to make sure that at the first sign of any increased risk of harm, action will be taken. That's the assurance that I have sought in interrogating this matter carefully in recent days, and that is the basis on which I'm talking to the Right Honourable Member and others in the House today. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must come to a fair and settled conclusion on this matter to move forward as a country, and I believe we should follow clinical advice and establish the clinical evidence gathered in a highly scrutinised trial with all of the safeguards in place that I have described. Only that approach will give us the confidence about where we settle on this matter in the future. And on that basis, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government opposes this motion.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's debate is on a subject that goes without saying is emotive and complex. And we must therefore endeavour, as always, to have this conversation with compassion and with empathy. The Liberal Democrats' position on this issue is clear and it is simple, as reflected in our amendment to this motion. Any medical treatment of the approval of any clinical trial including the one we are discussing today, must be led by expert medical advice. It should not be led by personal belief, no matter how sincerely and passionately this belief is held. Politics has a place, but not in questions of medical trials and clinical consensus. That is better left to experts.
Yeah,
The
exactly,
CAS
Blunt.
review, originally commissioned by
November.
the Conservatives, was clear that there is a need to gather more evidence. The safety of young people is paramount, and the experts involved in this space know this better than anybody. They work with these children day in, day out, and understand the risks of both action and inaction. That's why we supported the previous decision to pause the trial after the MHRA raised concerns, and it is why we now support the decision to start it again.
Yeah, well, hang on a minute. Right, the trial was previously frozen by medical regulators because they felt it lacked basic safety control. The only reason it survived the parliamentary vote is that the researchers agreed to a series of high restricted compromises just days before the debate. Right, the MHRA demanded a minimum entry age of 14. The government changed it to 11 for biological girls and 12 for biological boys. The August launch, with the medical regulator's approval and parliamentary vote, defeated recruitment for 226 children. It's officially scheduled to begin on the 1st of August 2026. The vote cements a highly controversial reality, while routine puberty blockers remain totally illegal on the high street and the NHS. The state has legally authorised a specifically tightly bounded group of children to be given the drugs under strict lab conditions. Yeah, exactly, November man. If the car fails the fucking MOT, you can't drive it, can you? So why did the MHRA want 14-year-old, but the government have decided 11 for girls and 12 for boys? And then we see the government in questions. If somebody sat there and asked my daughter that question at fucking 11 years old, I'd smack the cunt right in the mouth.
We will listen to the experts and the clinicians. But to build trust in expert advice, we need transparency and clarity. Throughout this process, we have pushed for exactly this. We want the expert opinions on the public record. That allows us as politicians and the wider public to approach this issue with clarity and facts, not ideology or misunderstanding. That's why we called for the government to publish how the MHRA arrived at their decision when concerns were first raised. And yesterday, we called for the Minister to confirm that the MHRA had confirmed that their concerns had been substantially addressed. Transparency is needed so people can be confident that clinical advice is being followed. On that point, I'm afraid I will not. Liberal Democrats have been arguing for many years that improved access to better specialist healthcare services for children and young people struggling with their gender identity is extremely important. These young people have been badly let down by low care standards and extremely long waiting lists. The closure of the GIDS clinic made it clear beyond doubt that change was needed. We have consistently campaigned for real action to tackle the shocking waiting times across the NHS, including for gender identity services. Liberal Democrats welcome the move to create new regional centres to offer this care to the young people who need it. and there is a need for multiple geographically dispersed clinics, so care is closer to those who need it. But rollout has been slow, and more needs to be done to tackle the waiting lists. Quite simply, a 3-year average wait is not acceptable. For the centres to run effectively, we must support the specialists that provide children and young people with high quality, compassionate and clinically appropriate care. Treatment, first and foremost, should be based on talking therapies. Space and time to talk through their feelings is vitally important for young people struggling with their gender identity. It is a deeply complex set of feelings. Questioning and understanding one's identity is never an easy thing, especially for a child. For this to be an effective first step, though, children must be able to access talking therapies when they need it, not after years on a waiting list. This debate is about access to a form of healthcare, one that is led by doctors.
This is just another way of funding Israel, isn't it? Because the drugs are made by umbrella companies of fucking Israel. They're called Teva Pharmaceuticals. The role as the patents expired on majority of puberty blocking hormones like Luraplan, Teva became a primary manufacturer of affordable mass-market generic versions used globally by hospitals. The ownership is publicly traded, multinational, listed on both New York Stock Exchange and Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, while it has corporate offices all over the world. Its global executive headquarters are firmly based in Tel Aviv. Yeah, exactly, Paul. I mean, I heard somebody saying last night, oh yeah, but the UK are doing an inquiry. And fuck the UK inquiry, go and have a look at the fucking American inquiry, which is being broadcasted live on TV. Or broadcast live on fucking YouTube. And we all knew that Fauci knew right from the beginning. We all saw Fauci, even before it even fucking started, we saw Fauci's emails because people weren't up taking the flu jab and they needed something else.
And clinicians. And like any other form of healthcare, we must listen to the experts, the people who have spent years training and years delivering care. I will not. We must never lose sight of the fact that at the core of this debate is young people's well-being and health. It is not about ideology. It is about what is best for young people. The government must always prioritise clinical evidence and put the interests of patients at the heart of care.
Chair of the Women and Equalities Committee, Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member from Mid Sussex, and I wholeheartedly agree with her points around the importance of talking therapies. For children who are in gender distress, these are incredibly important tools. But I would say for all children, we need to see greater access to talking therapies in a timely fashion. And before I start, may I say that there is far too much debate about trans people without them. We would not tolerate this in any other debate, but somehow, whether in the media, whether in politics, debate after debate online, in the media and in this place, we talk about trans people and people in gender distress without actually acknowledging the fact that we are lucky to be born into a body we identify with. I will never know the pain of gender distress. There are times when I look in the mirror and I think, God, I wish I could change this. Usually, I wish I could not look so tired. But I do not know what it is like to not be in a body that I identify with. And I am fortunate and therefore speak from a position of great privilege. So I will start with the words of one of my constituents, an 83-year-old trans woman called Terena. And she said, and I quote, "I was born a male, but I have never been a man. I tried, but I failed. I have always felt female, even at school as a boy. I was bullied for being, and in her words, a sissy, so I left. I'm 83. I have lived my life. This is about the future generations and the others who come next." She discharged herself from hospital to have that conversation with me because she feels so strongly about the future generations that they should not be bullied for who they are, that they should be able to access treatment, and that they should be able to be who they are. And it is for the future generations of people like Terena that we must get this right, because too many have lost their lives or have suffered living a life that was not fully theirs. It is fair to say that there are a varied range of views in the CAS review. However, if future access to treatment for gender dysphoria is dependent on more research, then it is vital that the Pathways trial goes ahead with the additional safeguards now put in place. Whatever one's views are on this trial, it is clear that every step has been taken to put the safety of patients at the heart of it. It has been designed by experienced clinical researchers and checked by independent scientists who advise the NIHR and included independent academic peer reviewers. This clinical trial, as with all clinical trials, will be overseen by the Data Monitoring Committee, as the safety and well-being of those taking part is vital. And while all of that should be welcome, all of those safeguards, they are the experts after all when it comes to the medical procedures, to the science. The experts when it comes to individual children, however, are the parents. I think some of the rhetoric around the statement today and yesterday has ignored the important role of the parents in this trial. Of course, sir.
And thank you for giving way. I know her constituents she has spoken about, and I think she makes a very valuable point about the need for people who have lived a life in when these things have been done in ignorance. But her point she makes about parents is key. I have a constituent who is trans, whose parents have been engaged with me, and has explained the difficulties that it is of learning to deal with that and how to manage it. Their voices are really important in understanding this alongside the clinicians that should breathe.
Absolutely, and I thank my honourable friend for his commitment to the LGBT plus community and for the work that he does and the work that he does with his constituents, because ultimately we have heard a lot today about throwing children to wild experiments, but actually this is not what we are talking about. This is done in collaboration with parents who love their children and want the best for them, and with medical professionals who also want the same. And I think the rhetoric around that really needs to change. No child will be able to take part in the trial without parental consent. That has been confirmed again from the Secretary of State from the dispatch box. And actually, there will, of course, be some children who will never gain their parents' consent. And this will be a heartbreaking situation for any family. However, there will be many parents who will truly support and know the wishes of their child. They will agree with the suitability of the treatment and want to support them on their journey. And much has been discussed about the child, but parents have huge agency in this process. We are not just talking to the children, we are talking to adults who want the best for their child. And that should be recognised as the people who will want the best for their child. I will give way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she's making a powerful speech. I have huge respect for her, and I completely agree that nobody here or outside should be looking to disrespect or harm any individual, whatever their age. But talking of parents, would she agree with me that parents should also be given all the information available around this condition, its treatments, and the paths that children follow? and that over 93% of children who experience gender dysphoria grow out of it and then are happy with that information.
Where's PP gone? So obviously I started chatting with AI 25th of June or 23rd of June and carried on for like a couple of days. Right. So we've seen all the experts, haven't we? We've seen the experts, the baronesses, you know, we've seen where their religious views lie, blah 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 blah, you know. We've seen all that, right? Yeah. Guess who's being put in charge of it? Guess who's being put? Professor Emily Simonoff, yeah, a highly prominent medical academic and the chief investigator leading the £10.7 million Pathways Puberty Blockers clinical trial. So she's a psychiatrist. Born in New York. So she's neurodiversity. 40-year career has not been focused on gender identity. Instead, she is a world-class specialist in neurodevelopment disorders, specifically autism spectrum and intellectual disabilities. She served on NICE, National Institute for Health and Care Excellence. Well, NICE is already failing anyway. We know that much. Her research concentrates heavily on why autistic children experience exceptionally high rates of co-occurring emotional behaviour and psychiatric struggles. Government and NHS England specifically selected Simonoff to lead the Pathways trial precisely because of her background in autism rather than gender theory. Professor Emily Simonoff is from Jewish American background. Her biological details confirm that she grew up in New York as a daughter of Eugene Simonoff, a prominent Jewish American New York publishing and business executive, and Elizabeth Sage, a freelance writer. Huh? Simonoff, a daughter of Eugene. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Eugene. Yeah. That confused me then. Hey, no, Eugene. And one of the royal family's kids, Ginger, isn't her kid called Eugene or something? Is Eugene a girl or a boy? So, what is it with? What is it? It doesn't matter how you look at all this stuff. It doesn't matter how you look at it. They're only 1% of the world. But the 1% of the world seem to have all their fingers in every single pie, don't they? Now, every single child. I get it. And I recorded the inquiry the other day where they were all fucking Jews. And they were talking about anti-Semitism. They were talking about Jewish influence in Parliament. And Richard Tice was there. Fucking boy, yeah, he was bang on it. He was, you know. But we know he wears the kippah. We know he goes to Israel. That come out a bit wrong there, Spoiler. What come out a bit wrong? I don't think it did, Blunt. I don't think it did. We know what they've been like. Fuck me, Blunt. You know what they like doing to babies. Yeah, Paul, that's funny, that is. Yeah, exactly, PP. Yeah, I know all about it. But what about the nobody spoke about that yet. The geomeshing. Nobody spoke about the geomeshing. You know, if you go to church, then you get in Hasbarad. Yeah, when they all turned up TPUSA. You know, when she got up there and she had all the fake tears. 271,000 people got geomeshed and got sold to Hasbara. Yeah, when we say, oh, our phone's listening to us, or our computer's listening to us, yeah, you know, you leave your microphone on and you're having a telephone conversation, and the next minute your computer is showing you loads of fucking whatever you were talking about, or the next minute YouTube algorithm shows you something, or Twitter shows you stuff because you've had a conversation about certain things. Well, they got that geomeshing, like if you go to a church. Yeah, Alexa, yeah. Well, so it's Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi's always listening as well, Blunt. We can tell how many people are in your house, who's near your house. We can also work out which person is which person by their gait, by their height, and everything else. Me and Max have spoke about it. His eyes look a bit close together, don't they?
And other information should be made available to the parents.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention and his kind words at the beginning, because I think that is the tone that we need to get right. Information is key, and people need to be able to make informed decisions, whether that is the child or whether that is a parent. And that needs to be independent information so that people can make fully informed decisions.
Should you give around that point?
I will.
I thank her very much. She's given a very powerful and moving speech. Kind of further to that point, is it not the case, and does she not agree with me, that the motion proposed by the opposition to prevent a clinical trial is not giving people information, options and choices? It's cutting down information, options and choices. And for the 7% or whatever percent of people who won't grow out of gender dysphoria, the constituent in her 80s that she mentioned, who clearly didn't grow out of her gender dysphoria at 80, this is closing off life-saving and life-changing treatment for people.
I thank my honourable friend for his powerful intervention, and absolutely, information and scientific evidence is key on this part, and this will be conducted by experts with patients' best interest at heart. I've heard from the opposition spokesperson, is a doctor, cares about her patients, I am sure, as much as all of those doctors and clinical specialists that will be involved in all of these trials. Last year, the Women and Equality Select Committee held a one-off inquiry into the safety and effectiveness of puberty blockers. We stuck to the science. There were different views on the panel of witnesses that we had, but I wanted to demonstrate something that hasn't happened very often, sadly, around this topic, that we could discuss this in a sensitive, respectful way, based in fact, not opinion, not for social media clips or for likes down a particular outlet.
I catch it a bit, Freedom.
But for the good of the people that we represent. We also examined the use of puberty blockers for other medical purposes, something that has not been discussed today when talking about the risks or perceived risks of puberty blockers. It is commonplace to use puberty blockers for certain cancers, endometriosis, and for children experiencing premature sexual maturity, also known as precocious puberty. When it comes to cancers like prostate cancer, the professors on the panel described the need to essentially turn off testosterone. This is now commonplace treatment for prostate cancer. The other is for endometriosis, and we already know the
But that's a false argument. We've already gone through that. In adults, it's reversible. In children, it's not reversible because it hasn't developed in the first place. So, listen, you stripey. I mean, did they make you fucking dress out of prison shirts or something? In adults, it's reversible. In children, it's not reversible. We've already gone through that. You know, you obviously haven't done any research yourself, have you? You know, you look tired. Perhaps you should do some simple research.
Disgraceful delays in diagnosis and treatment for endometriosis and adenomyosis, at least 10 to 13 years, even just for diagnosis. Women are living in pain for far too long. But experts are using puberty blockers to, again, essentially turn off menstruation and estrogen for women with severe endometriosis. And when it comes to the...
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I'm listening to this very intently. And I wondered, does the Honourable Lady know what a measure is of success for this puberty blocker trial? Is it if 80% of the children on it are happy with the outcome? Is that success? What are the measurements for success ultimately that we can base this on?
Back to her feet. I know she's making a very important speech. I need to get 12 more members in before today is done. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member for her intervention, and I know that further details will be coming from the Secretary of State as to what is a marker of success. But I think we have to ask ourselves, what is a marker of success for the individuals and individual families? For some, staying in their sex from birth may look like success. For others, that won't be the case. This is very much on the individual. And when it comes to puberty blockers, I won't give way. I'm going to make some progress, thanks, as I've been duly told. And when it comes to the use of puberty blockers for children, this is for children. Treatment of premature sexual maturity or precocious puberty uses puberty blockers for children now. The professors reported to our committee it is recognised as a reversible treatment, with Professor Butler going on to add from follow-up studies with children who have received it for precocious puberty that there are no ill health effect in the long term, nor are there any negative effects on fertility recovery. Professor Grossman on our panel also pointed to a huge amount of evidence from Harvard University, highlighting successful treatment of outcomes in terms of fertility and their subsequent life for girls prescribed puberty blockers for premature sexual maturity. I'm not going to take any more interventions, as I've been told that I need to crack on. These puberty blockers are the same drugs prescribed in the same way, but instead of treating gender distress, they are instead treating prostate cancer, endometriosis, and premature sexual maturity in children. Yet we have heard no call from scientists, no call from campaigners or the medical community to stop the use of puberty blockers for the treatment. And for those who have been critical of this trial going ahead, I question what happens if it doesn't for young people experiencing gender distress. Dr. Hilary Cass believes without a trial, young people will continue to get drugs from unregulated, dangerous routes. My select committee heard evidence to support this. Unfortunately, young people right now are self-treating because they see no other option available to them. They are getting hold of medication from a board with no assessment, no support, and no medical advice. I believe Dr. Hilary Cass was right to say she is absolutely convinced that more children will be harmed if we don't do the trial than if we do. For me, safety is paramount, but this is an issue of access to healthcare, and there should never be a block to healthcare for anyone. And while the trial goes forward now and beyond, there will be many young people, younger and older, who will be scared and frightened about what the future holds. I hope the Secretary of State, in their response, can address the hostile environment for young trans people and what support outside of legislation and the medical world needs to be more widely available for people in gender distress and the entire LGBTQ+ community.
Paul.
Deputy Speaker, I frankly cannot believe we are here again. When the Pathways clinical trial was paused earlier this year, I felt that there had finally been
Order. Forgive me. There is a 5-minute time limit. That's the only way I can incorporate all the backbenchers that are wishing to contribute. Rebecca Paul.
Okay. Yesterday, even the Secretary of State for Health, the second one to do so, in fact, conceded that he is uneasy, even uncomfortable. I would suggest that his discomfort is nothing next to the lifelong damage the trial will potentially do to an extremely vulnerable cohort of children that we should be protecting. That funny feeling in his stomach, oh, he's left, that's his good judgment trying to be heard. He won't hear it if he's gone out there. It is not too late for him to listen to it. As one of my honourable friends said yesterday, I too believe he is a good man being placed under intolerable pressure on this issue, that he needs to find his courage. We know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the number of children and young people presenting to the UK NHS with gender distress increased dramatically in the years after 2009, with an exponential rise from around 2014. What is behind the increase among Gen Z is unclear, and the reasons are likely to be multifaceted. It is speculated that the factors may include 24/7 internet access, increased acceptance of trans identities, or even peer, social and cultural influences. Over the last 20 years, we have seen groups such as Stonewall and Mermaid call for better access to treatment and more rights for trans people. Large corporates have gone big on diversity and inclusion to boost their brands. Impactful TV dramas. I will, of course, give way.
I'm slightly concerned. Thank you for giving way, but I am slightly concerned about the idea that trans acceptance is part of the problem. Does the honourable member accept that trans acceptance is completely reasonable and that trans people have always been here?
Yeah, I agree with you too.
Honourable Lady, for the intervention. I'm not saying it's a negative thing. I'm trying to explain why we've seen an increase in the numbers of young people with gender dysphoria. I'm using those stating facts as we were just talking about the importance of doing that. So in 2009, only 51 patients were referred to GIDS, the NHS Gender Identity Development Service for Children, of whom 2/3 were male. In 2016, there were 1,766 referrals, and 2/3 of them were female. That
It's unbelievable that they're arguing with her. It's all in the cast report. And she's quoting the GIDS figures, which is all, and you got, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
is quite the change. There has been an overall surge in the number of children suffering gender distress, but the increase is especially notable among girls. We also see overrepresentation of neurodiversity, mental health issues, and trauma in this group. To put it another way, these children are much more likely to have been in care, to suffer with anxiety and depression, to be autistic, and to have been abused. It is a group of incredibly vulnerable children. GIDS was established in 1989. Its main approach to treatment at that time was therapeutic, referred to as watchful waiting. Early studies from the 1980s showed that in around 85% of cases, the gender incongruence or distress ceased in the child after going through puberty. Later studies reached a similar conclusion, with between 67% and 90% desisting after puberty. Only a small cohort of children continued to experience gender dysphoria or incongruence after puberty, and it was that extremely small group who would likely adopt a permanent trans identity in adulthood.
My honourable friend give way.
I will, of course, give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Recently, the government has announced that they are going to be legislating to prevent under-16s from viewing social media. We already ban under-16s from drinking alcohol and smoking because we do not believe that they should be protected from doing things now that may have impact on them negatively later in life, particularly in their health. Does my honourable friend think that should sit in this category of protections for children?
My honourable friend makes an excellent point. I completely agree with him. A child of this age cannot possibly consent to the life-changing, irreversible changes that come from puberty blockers. And the thing we need to remember is that when a child, almost all of them that start puberty blockers go on to cross-sex hormones, and there's no going back from that. We also need to remember we have already had a trial in the UK. So when we started using puberty blockers in the UK after 2011, the preliminary results came out in 2015-16 and did not demonstrate psychological benefits, with some of the females actually suffering a worsening of symptoms, including higher incidence of wanting to hurt or kill themselves. The results of the study, which were not formally published in 2020, demonstrated no statistically significant improvement in gender dysphoria or mental health outcomes. It is also important to remember the early studies that told us in a majority of cases going through puberty resolved gender distress. It follows, therefore, that stopping or delaying puberty using medication derails that natural desistance, essentially locking in. I will, of course, give way.
Thank you. Thank you to the honourable member. And as a member of a political class and a medical class, would she not accept that it's better for politicians to accept advice from medical experts around medical issues?
Thank my honourable friend for that excellent question. So I obviously always respect and listen to different clinicians, but what is happening with this debate is one set of clinicians with one view are being listened to. And let me remind everyone about
Just like the COVID jabs, wasn't it? One paid lot of scientists that were on good money going against peer-reviewed scientists with peer reviews, highly awarded, etc., etc. And then you had these scientists come out of the woodwork that are sponsored. They all wanted us to get jibby jabbed. Well, My family are pure bloods, thank you. Yeah, exactly, November, man. Or conscience. You know, some of them are there working without conscience, aren't they? And some of them obviously haven't even bothered reading the cast report or even bothered doing a little bit of research themselves, have they? I'd like to know how many of them are getting, you know, divvies on the 10.7 million. Yeah, the original trial was 10 million. Turned out for the taxpayer to end up paying 100 million. It started at 10 million and then it ended up being 100 million. What's this one going to end up being?
Lobotomies. There were lots of very respected
used to be the
people
rage
that
back in
came
the
out
day.
with lobotomies. In fact, the person behind it won a Nobel Prize. And I think we would all agree that those clinicians got that wrong. So it's really incumbent upon us in this House to always question. So I think it's absolutely right that we listen to clinicians, but unfortunately we are seeing only one set of clinicians with one set of opinions being listened to here. I would also just like to highlight that a Finnish study was published in April this year, which looked at more than 2,000 adolescents and young adults who had been referred to gender services. It found that medical interventions did not reduce psychiatric problems and may even be associated with worsening mental health. So how many times have we heard it said that puberty blockers offer a pathway towards improved mental health and reduced psychiatric distress for those struggling with gender identity? I've lost count, but there is hard evidence that not only says different, it says the opposite. So I'd be keen to understand from the Minister and the Secretary of State whether this study has been taken into account before deciding to go ahead with the trial. I think the other thing I just want to point out is the fact that young people, children that would grow up to be same-sex attracted are overrepresented in this cohort. And that is something we really need to think about. And if you look at the case of Kira Bell, she was a lesbian struggling with her sexuality. And instead of people saying, it's okay to find girls, other women attractive, there's nothing wrong with that, you do not need to change your body. But instead people said, you've got gender dysphoria, and they put her on to puberty blockers, and then she went on to testosterone shots. She then had her breasts removed in a double mastectomy, and then she detransitioned. So I would say to everyone, this is a deeply homophobic approach to healthcare. It is. And those people on the other side of the benches...
And the government had to pay 120,000. Government had to pay, what was she called? Kira Bell, wasn't it? The government had to give her 120 grand as well. But I mean, look what she went through, because they basically forced it upon her, didn't they? Just because she was lesbian.
On the other side of the argument to this, they think they have the progressive position, but I'm sorry, you are repeating mistakes that have been made historically.
Order. And obviously I've not said anything, so I'm not repeating anything. No yous and yours. Richard, quickly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must confess that opposition days are beginning to feel a little bit like Groundhog Day. In a party that largely sat on its hands during some of the most significant and difficult challenges is now returning to tell us where we're getting this government is going wrong, and doing so with all the fervour of a party that has never held power, let alone governed for 14 years. This is a deeply, and just to warn you, I won't be taking interventions. This is a deeply emotional issue, and I recognise that it provokes strong and differing views across the House. I'm not here to shout down or dismiss any perspective. I have never had to face this decision myself, either as a parent or as a young person. It is a decision that invites intense scrutiny and judgment, often unfairly casting those involved as villains for doing what they believe is right for a child. We would all do well to remember that we can never truly know what it's like to walk in someone else's shoes. Yet too often, this debate has been shaped by vilification and misinformation, much of it amplified by opposition voices and anonymous social media accounts, again to the detriment of one of our most vulnerable communities. we hear the warped suggestion that people simply wake up one day and decide on a whim to embark on years of hormone treatment, to face discrimination and to fight for legal recognition. Or worse, that clinicians involved are reckless experimenters intent on subjecting vulnerable children to harm. The Conservatives are, of course, entitled to their opposition. What is the alternative they are actually proposing? As usual, they found an apparent problem, but where is their suggested solution? Is it to return to a time when children experiencing gender incongruence were ignored or dismissed as an inconvenience? That approach belongs to the era of Section 28, not to 2026. If their answer is an outright ban, they risk driving vulnerable young people into what Dr. Hilary Cass has described as, I quote, unregulated and dangerous routes. We're already seeing reports of children presenting at clinics having already accessed irreversible treatments at a very young age. The outrage we hear today about so-called experimentation rings hollow when it is accompanied by no viable alternative, only return to the same vacuum that previously existed. I do not suggest that this trial will provide all the answers, but is undeniably better than turning our backs on a complex reality and leaving young people without safe, supported, I won't, I'm afraid. Indeed, if we can't trust Dr. Hilary Cass, the author of a report, the Conservative, I did warn you, the Conservative Party, and I do like the Honourable Gentleman very much, Conservative Party itself, has endorsed, not enough to give away, has endorsed when she says, and I quote again, that she is absolutely convinced that more children will be harmed if we don't do the trial than if we do. Then who exactly are we prepared to trust? Do we follow the evidence, the clinicians and the science, or do we retreat into denial, burying our heads in the sand, pretending that trans people do not exist and have never existed? The process the government have chosen to follow is not reckless, it is rigorous. The MHRA and King's College London have undertaken detailed scientific scrutiny, and a revised protocol has been agreed that meets the highest regulatory and ethical standards. That is exactly what responsible evidence-led policy making looks like. So it is up to us to decide what kind of parliament we want to be. One that confronts complex and sensitive issues with care and compassion and evidence, or one that turns away, leaving vulnerable young people to navigate these challenges alone and in the shadows. For me, the choice is clear. We owe it to those young people not to look away, not to inflame and not to exploit, but to act, guided by science, led by compassion and grounded in responsibility. And I'm once again proud to be part of a government that is doing just that.
Thank you, Duffield.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Last autumn, on the announcement of the trial of puberty blockers on children, a cross-party coalition of members and peers assembled who have serious concerns and are campaigning together for the government to reverse this terrible decision. From across the political spectrum, members as diverse as the independent group, the Lib Dems, DUP, Tories, Reform, Labour and Restore, not usually in agreement on most political issues, working together on something we believe is about the fundamental safeguarding and protection of children. The previous Secretary of State held a meeting for members and peers which allowed us to directly question those responsible for overseeing the trial. I had one main question: is there a lower age limit? And I was told no, categorically no. So a child presenting with possible gender dysphoria pre-puberty could actually have been as young as 8 years old. Thankfully, in this latest evolution, the trial seems to have been now excluded those younger children, and we're told it's for those aged 11 and over. But an 11-year-old child also has no possible way of envisaging life-changing pathways, future possibly serious health issues, regret, infertility, damaged sexual function. The Health Secretary talked yesterday of consent or assent being given by those children. We are told that at least one parent must consent. You don't have to be a genius to work out that that's a future nuclear missile aimed directly at the family courts. Separated parents, many of whom will not agree with each other about whether to affirm their child's chosen gender identity, how to treat their gender distress, what, if any, social transition to accommodate at home or school, will be potentially battling each other over whether or not their child should be participating in this or future trials, all while their prepubescent son or daughter begs for the medical treatment they believe with all of their hearts will save all of their discomfort and distress. There are many clinicians, experts who worked at the Tavistock and informed journalist Hannah Barnes' award-winning investigations for Newsnight and subsequent book Time to Think, who are totally opposed to this trial. We have had meetings with several of them, including Marcus Evans and Susan Evans. Marcus is a former Tavistock consultant psychotherapist and psychoanalyst employed by the Portman NHS Trust for 35 years, including as the head of nursing. Sue is also a psychoanalytic psychotherapist and mental health nurse, formerly at GIDS. They both argue against the affirmative-only model of treatment, such as the use of puberty-blocking drugs, as it masks underlying issues such as childhood trauma or autism. Along with psychologists Stella O'Malley and James Esses, both with years of experience of treating children and young people experiencing gender dysphoria, they are completely against the Pathways trial and the treatment pathway it puts very young people on. Detransitioners often experience years of extreme distress and choose not to speak publicly about their own personal stories, but some would willingly engage with ministers and members. Kira Bell, Richie Herron, Philippa Roberts, Johnny Skinner, to name a few, who have bravely shared their heartbreaking experiences of severe treatments, irreversible surgeries, mental health battles, and years of painful regret. Although we have had 9 health secretaries in just 9 years, anyone in this post, however briefly, given the power to sign off such an enormously consequential trial with huge potential for future investigations, must at the very least engage with those who've treated and been treated for this condition. I cannot think of any valid arguments against doing so and hearing from both sides of the argument. There are so many other reasons for stopping the plans for this trial, most of all proper analysis of the data that already exists, along with the Conservative government's previous decision to ban the use of these drugs on children. The DLS study completion is the strongest reason, along with the social, psychological and physical reasons already heard. Myself and the cross-party coalition will not stop campaigning until this dangerous experiment on children is cancelled for good. Puberty is a natural, necessary life stage, a right. We should be able to help and support young people through it until they are old enough to make life-changing decisions with certainty and the maturity they lack as young children.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So this has been an interesting debate so far, and I really I'm really grateful to be able to follow the member for Canterbury, who I know has worked so much in this area. I think it's not an easy issue. I think we all acknowledge that, or I think we should, if we're not doing so in our speech. But the reason why I'm here is that back when I was trying to get elected in 2024, I met the mother of a young trans woman, and she told me about how when her daughter was entering puberty, that's when she really started to come to terms with who she was. And that led her to stop eating because she didn't want to go into puberty. And her condition got so bad that she had to get taken to hospital, and she almost died. So we shouldn't view this as a lifestyle choice, and we shouldn't think that doing nothing comes with no consequences. I know not all cases are the same, but the reality is that doing nothing is not the answer. We have to answer these questions. So I welcome the news this week that the pathway trial is set to go ahead. Since the government announced the indefinite pause on prescription of puberty blockers last year, both young people and clinicians have been stuck in limbo. This uncertainty has helped no one, not the young people who are desperate for medical support or the researchers that need to gather data to fully understand the effects of these drugs. It is right that this renewed permission, however, for a trial is based on clinical judgment and not political discourse. We should be led by science, not politics, where the health of our young people are concerned. King's College and the MHRA have worked extensively to propose a safe and ethical trial, increasing safeguards since March and continuing dialogue with the Health Research Authority. I understand the concerns around the trial, and I think we all should. We all want to ensure the safety of the children involved. Nonetheless, it is time that we find a way forward that balances both the safety of the young people involved and the opportunity to enhance care that we provide for children struggling with their gender identity. At the moment, far too often, this care is lacking. Many of the party opposite have consistently called for the full implementation of the Cass review. She was quoted multiple times, Baroness Cass, by the opposition front bench in the introduction of this debate. And yet they have called in this debate today to oppose the trial, despite that being one of the recommendations of Baroness Cass. I ask why they are not willing to listen to Baroness Cass on that single issue. In her original review in 2024, Dr. Cass made clear that research into puberty blockers was necessary. Now just this week, she has said that the trial to examine the risks and the benefits of puberty blockers will reduce harm, not cause it. In fact, she goes further, telling us that the debate about the risks of puberty blockers has been exaggerated. And I think we've seen some of that today, if we are all honest. And on this point, she is absolutely...
It totally contradicts exactly what she put in her first report. It's a total contradiction, his statement is. And saying what she said, that's a total contradiction.
Right, happy to give way. Right.
My honourable friend for giving way. The Conservative government commissioned the Cass Review. In their 2024 manifesto, the Conservative committed to implement the review in full, which includes a trial. But as my honourable friend is saying here, they now propose with this motion to stop that trial. Isn't that proof that we actually need to have a trial? That we need to be taking the party politics out of this? We need to be stopping politicians from being the lead commentators, and we need to put this in the hands of the families and the clinicians.
Exactly. I mean, Baroness Cass is a respected expert in this field. She made recommendations which were broadly accepted, but we should be using science as a basis for decision making, not rejecting her findings purely on the basis of politics. And I'll go back to what I said at the start. Doing nothing will lead to our young people being harmed, and that's an incredibly important point. We cannot rely on debates in this place to decide how and when puberty blockers should be used. Rather, we should be relying on thorough scientific research carried out in proper trial conditions led by medical experts. And we heard earlier our front bench explaining some of the detail around the protections for our young people. Dr. Cass is also clear that more children will be harmed by preventing the trial than allowing one to go ahead. That's an incredibly important point. Preventing a trial drives children who are desperate to look online or internationally for unregulated hormones or hormone suppressants. This leads to young people to unsafe puberty blockers or beginning to take hormones such as testosterone, which at a much earlier stage, which are irreversible once they start to take hold. We can prevent this by providing properly regulated use of puberty blockers in the UK via this trial. This trial will provide that understanding and will allow clinicians to effectively guide government on our next step. It is right and necessary thing to do for the government, for clinicians, and for our young people. We need to take better care of our young people, and we need to do this via a clinical trial. And I want to say again, doing nothing, it might seem like the easy things to do, but it will come with consequences. And I really do hope we hear more from the opposition bench about what they think the consequences of doing nothing will be for the health and well-being of our young people. We did not hear that. I will give way to him because I know he's...
The health and well-being of our young people. The Cass Review. Baroness Cass explicitly warned that schools were fundamentally altering children's psychological pathways through unregulated social transition, changing names, pronouns and uniforms in class. The review found that when a school treats a child as the opposite sex, it acts as an active psychological intervention that locks in gender distress, making it far more likely the child will eventually demand permanent medical blockers. So why aren't these numbnuts talking about that? Completely contradicting what the original Cass report. Even Cass is contradicting herself. Puts your tits in, doesn't it?
I'm keen to speak.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman. My honourable friend for Reigate mentioned the studies that have been done in Finland, recently published. Does he not think there may be any merit in waiting to see what the Finnish tests and trials throw up, to see what we can learn from them, rather than replicate or duplicate here? International science should surely be respected.
This is a really good point, a fantastic point actually. So I do welcome it. You know, until I was unexpectedly elected, I was an academic, and what I learned was never to focus on a single study when you're doing research, because that's basically an anecdote. What you have to do is look at the breadth of the research. We see exactly the same, if I may say so, in the climate change debate. The broad spectrum of science supports the argument around climate change, but there's always one or two contrary views, which are welcome, but we do not base our view on just on one study. We'll look at the breadth of the research. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My question, and the reason I'm here today, is for the protection of children. It's the reason I care about banning social media. It's the reason I'm here speaking on puberty blockers, because it's about what young people under the age of consent, who we would protect from alcohol, heroin, sexual abuse. We would be protecting them because they're children under the age of 18. And this puberty blockers trial for 11-year-olds makes me feel that, are we putting sufficient safeguards in place for these young people? And do they have the cognitive ability to understand what they are doing? Do they have the cognitive development in their brains to understand that when their brain is fully developed, it's a choice that is irreversible for the rest of their lives? And we talk about giving consent to these children. What about a class action lawsuit when you said, when people have referred to, okay, 7% of people want to, continue with the therapy and they're happy. That's 7%. What about if this trial goes ahead when they're 18, when they're 25, and a percentage, which inevitably will happen, will decide they don't want to continue in the gender that they've chosen as a child and they want to go back to the gender that they were before? What are they going to do? Are they going to sue the government? Are they going to sue the clinicians for the trial because they were forced into and coerced into something that they didn't fully understand? How can we measure that yes, I'll give way.
My neighbour for giving way on that point. There's a lot of kind of what about in the remarks. I just do the honourable member reflect on Dr. Cass's comments that the trial will lead to less harm than would otherwise be the case? Why does she believe that Dr. Hilary Cass is saying that? And does she doubt Dr. Hilary Cass's expertise in this instance?
What I doubt is the fullness of why we're not, for example, allowing the data linkage study before proceeding with the new trial. The data linkage study would find out what happens to all the children who have already taken the puberty blockers. And I did want to ask the Lib Dem spokesperson, but I wasn't able to make that intervention. And I don't know if it had to do with the 1.5 million pounds of donations from Farrier Pharmaceuticals that they were taken by the Lib Dems before the 2019 election. I mean, I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but there has to be some level of declaration if a political party has taken donations from a pharmaceutical company that is promoting this drug. I think that does have to do with how one represents oneself in the chamber. And there is no justification for proceeding with the pathways trial before the data linkage study is complete. If it's something that affects puberty, which is how a child transitions from childhood puberty
yeah,
to
exactly.
adulthood,
I'm trying to find
that
that blood.
going to be long-term. The effects are not going to be felt in 1 year, 2 years. They are going to be felt in 10 years. Our brains do not fully mature. What a brain that we have as an adult at 24 is very different than a brain of an 11-year-old. We don't have the frontal cortex of our brains fully developed. What effect is this going to have on not just their psychology, but also on the long-term effects of the drugs on a human long-term? And we don't know that. So why not look at the data study? It doesn't have to be perfect, but it's to allow us to protect the child going into this trial so that the trial is as well run as possible. I will give way, yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and making a passionate speech. And I think we all agree across the House that we are not here to politicise. We're not here to demonise. We're here to try and make the right decisions for the safety of children. And I think all members here share that intention. But would she agree with me that the comments earlier that these drugs are already used for different conditions, for prostate cancer, for endometriosis, and for precocious puberty? For the first two, they are taken by adults for a very short period of time. And for the third, Again, they'll be taken for a limited period until that child reaches the age of puberty. So these kind of misinformation or comparisons are not really valid and should be avoided.
And my friend makes an excellent point. And when I heard about those other uses for the drug, I'd be interested to see more clinical trials on those types of things, on endometriosis, on cancer, to see what the long-term effects of those of that drug is on those type of cancers and on endometriosis. But it is for an adult. And so going back to protecting children, I just want to make sure that this trial has as much safeguarding put in place as possible. And the long-term risks we just do not fully understand. And I think we keep coming back to this house again and again about what is a child and protecting a child. And this goes back to so many debates that I see us having in the chamber again and again. And we need to be clear that a person under the age of 16, under the age of 18, I don't care whatever the age is that we all agree to, that is an age that we have to protect that person, and they are under extra protection and safeguarding until they reach adulthood. And that is why we are asking for so many safeguards that we've put in place to make sure that the unintended consequence of trying to help a few young people does not affect the greater harm of many. And that is why we're here today. And it's not too much to ask the government to include the data linkage study. I don't feel that that is too much to ask. And this trial is a trade-off. It's the long-term health exchange for short-term happiness. This trial, in my opinion, is not safe, and this trial will not protect children from harm. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, everyone should have the right to access high-quality, evidence-based healthcare, no matter their age. And at the heart of this debate are young people experiencing profound gender-related distress and the families who support them. Too often, they have found themselves caught in the middle of a political argument whilst facing long waits, uncertainty, and a lack of clear treatment options. Every young person deserves compassionate, evidence-based care that includes transgender young people and children with gender incongruence. The irony of today's motion is that it seeks to stop the very research that many members have argued is necessary before decisions about treatment can be made. And if we are serious about evidence-based medicine, then we must also be serious about gathering evidence. The Pathways trial follows a recommendation made by Baroness Cass in her independent review, a recommendation that had enjoyed cross-party support when it was published. Since then, the trial has undergone extensive scrutiny by researchers, ethics committees, independent reviewers and regulators. Following further modifications and additional safeguards, it has been approved by both the MHRA and HRA. If members believe more evidence is needed, then surely they should support the process designed to produce that evidence. Much has been said about risk, and of course risk must be taken seriously, but the answer to uncertainty cannot simply be to refuse to learn more. The answer is careful, closely monitored research with robust protections. Participants must have experienced gender incongruence for at least 2 years, already be receiving NHS gender services, have undergone psychosocial support, and be assessed as physically and mentally stable. Both the young person and their parents must consent, and every participant must be approved by clinicians and a national multidisciplinary team. This is not an uncontrolled experiment. It is tightly regulated clinical trial operating under some of the highest standards of oversight available in modern medicine. And the Honourable Member for Reigate made a very valid point actually about making sure that we don't have children who realise they are gay, feeling that they are transgender, and actually makes the case for making sure that we are not feeling like we need to push more gay people back into the closet as they are feeling very much under threat right now. But there is another risk we must discuss today, and that's the risk of inaction. For 2 years, puberty blockers have effectively been unavailable outside of research settings. Young people and their families have been told repeatedly that more evidence is needed. And now, when a trial designed to generate that evidence is ready to proceed, some seek to stop it. And what message does that send? Behind every statistic is a family. Parents of transgender children and children with gender incongruence often speak of the distress of watching their child struggle and feeling powerless to help. They see anxiety, fear, and growing distress as their child experiences physical changes that they can feel deeply uncomfortable and alienating. These families are not political talking points. They're looking for support, answers, and for hope. For many transgender young people, puberty itself can be a source of profound distress. We should not pretend that doing nothing is a neutral act. Delays, uncertainty, and the absence of treatment options have consequences too. Puberty blockers have generally been understood as reversible intervention intended to pause puberty and provide time for further assessment and support. The purpose of this trial is to strengthen our understanding of both the benefits and the risks. If opponents argue that more evidence is needed, then blocking the research that would provide that evidence is a contradiction this House should reject. I also want to address something that often sits beneath debates such as this. If you come to this debate from a position that transgender people do not exist or it's a fad, then you're mistaken. Transgender people exist, they have always existed, and they deserve the same dignity, compassion, and evidence-based healthcare as anyone else. And if you come to this debate motivated by concern for children's safety and well-being, as I believe we all do, then I ask you this. How can we say we are protecting children while being comfortable with them living in fear of the changes that puberty may bring? How can we say we are acting in their best interests while some young people are terrified of growing into an adult body that does not align with who they understand themselves to be, while parents watch helplessly from the sidelines? If our goal is to truly safeguard children, then we should support careful research, rigorous oversight, and evidence-based medicine. We should seek answers, not prevent them. We should reduce uncertainty, not prolong it. And that is why this trial should proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member from South Derbyshire, who I have to say made a very effective, very powerful speech. And I think, like everybody else here today, we are concerned about the safety and the well-being of children, making sure that young people facing a crisis of identity get the support that they need and is appropriate for them. And in many cases, that will be talking therapies. And we need to give children and their families time to figure out exactly what the issue is and whether they will, in time, develop out of it.
Exactly, Blunt. When Hirschfeld created the word in 1910, he used it as respectful scientific umbrella to describe anyone who felt an internal inborn drive to wear women clothing, typically associated with different gender. His original definition encompassed a broad spectrum of people who today would more likely identify as transgender or non-binary. So as an open gay man, a doctor gay man, he coined the word transvestite. Well, the actual German, it was transvestit. Latin word trans meaning across and vestitus meaning dressed, across dressed. In his groundbreaking medical study titled Die Transvestisten, The Transvestites, published in 1910 in the Gay and Lesbian something or other. Oh, the Gay and Lesbian Review. He published it. He does. And a wig.
But that is not always the case. And my concern, and I believe the concern
And
of
it's
many
Mrs.
today,
Bras.
is for those children who don't, as the Honourable Member put it, grow out of it as if it were some problem. Those children who have a genuine fear of what puberty will bring and what adulthood in a body that they don't recognise as theirs will mean. And those children currently feel they have no option. And if we take away the possibility of puberty blockers, where will they go? Where will they turn? Too many young children we are seeing today, young people, committing suicide. And that, I
And
think,
committing
we have to acknowledge,
suicide
is
after
a very
having
real
puberty
danger
blockers.
of just putting up a very different type of block, a block to understanding, to helping them develop. I certainly will.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving a very eloquent speech. And I think when it comes to talking about suicide, it's really important that we're very responsible in the way we talk about suicide. And I would just like to point out that Professor Louis Appleby did a study and an exercise on exactly this issue following the ban of puberty blockers. And his conclusion was that we weren't seeing an increase in suicides as a consequence of this. And he also made the point it was really important that no one should be suggesting that not getting puberty blockers causes young people to commit suicide. That is a negligent thing to do. And I think it's just really important that we put that on the record.
I thank the Honourable Lady, but I would point out to her that that is not actually what I said. What I said was that we were leaving children without an option. And I would also point out to the Honourable Lady that if we're going to be responsible, then please do not accuse people of being homophobic because they are trying to support the transgender community. Many of those people who are supporting the transgender community are actually lesbians or gay. And I know this because I am the honorary president of the LGBTQ+ community within the Liberal Democrats. And there is a great feeling of community between the two. So I would caution anyone not to call anyone who wants to support the trans community homophobic. But to the point that we're discussing here today, these children need our support. And we, in providing that, should listen to clinicians, to experts, to Dr. Hilary Cass, who has said, as so many people have pointed out today, this trial will help protect children. It will mean they are less likely to be harmed. And that, I think, is what we should take as our guiding principle in this. The Honourable Member from Mid Sussex laid out quite clearly my party's policy, and I'm proud of the fact that I was actually, as our Women and Equality spokesperson, responsible for the formation.
So she's rabbited on and on and on and on. Well, how come in 2024, Professor Lewis Appleby, the UK's leading expert on mental health statistics and suicide prevention, did an independent report published in July 2024 and officially concluded that the data did not support the claim that puberty blocker bans caused a rise in any suicides. Wolfina.
Of most of that policy towards the transgender community. And I have to say, I spoke to a great many of them, and they would be appalled if they felt for one moment that we were not going to support them, that we were not going to support this trial. Stand up for them at a time when they are under increasing pressure, and we see the demonization of that community in a way that for young children facing a crisis of identity, wondering who they are, wondering what support they will get, they are looking to us to give them that support. And that is why I will oppose this motion from the Conservatives today.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Edinburgh West, and I agree wholeheartedly with the comments about homophobia. I would like to just remind the House that I am a former biomedical scientist. I've read probably lots more medical publications than many in this chamber. And I also volunteered many times for medical research, either as a healthy patient in my younger years or as a patient now in my slightly older years. So I know the process on both sides, and I think it's really important that we recognise that in the UK we have some of the highest standards for medical research, especially when they involve patients. And I do want to say that, you know, talk of why isn't there a placebo? Well, sometimes it's just not ethical to do a placebo-based trial, because if you're withholding a form of medical intervention from someone just to prove that the next best thing is going to be the next best thing, that's not ethically right, because you're withholding medical care when someone needs it. Very different from a healthy patient kind of model where you're treating healthy patients to see if there's a biological change that would be harmful to all patients. And all too often, healthcare for the trans community is marked by lengthy wait lists, inconsistent treatment, discrimination, and we've heard some of that stigma today. There needs to be a concerted effort to change that. And we've heard a lot about safeguarding children. I think everyone in this room agrees that has to be paramount, but I fear we are dividing trans children away from other children when it comes to their medical needs and what support should be in place. I'm pleased that yesterday my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, confirmed that the Pathway trial will go ahead. And we've heard many people mention that young people getting better is kind of a way through this. And I think that that is very stigmatising to those who do hold on to their trans identity into adulthood. And in fact, we know that very many, and the majority of those young trans people will go on to be trans adults. And in fact, we know also that those that detransition, there are some instances where they retransition because they detransition for social reasons of not having supportive family, other social pressures. So it is not as static as some might think. And in fact, it is that fluidity which young people often raise with me. And
right, they go blah, 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 right? So let's get some actual data, right? So the comprehensive independent suicide review from 2018 to 20, following the explosive political claims by trans activist campaign groups that restrictions on puberty blockers had caused a massive surge or explosion in youth deaths, the government ordered an independent review. Led by Professor Lewis Appleby, the UK's leading expert on mental health statistics, suicide prevention, officially concluded that the data did not support the claim that puberty blocker bans caused the rise in suicide. The precise data from that multi-year review showed 12 total suicides across the entire 6-year period. There were 12 suicides totaling among all current and former Tavistock youth and the young adult patients. 6 under 18s, only 6 of those deaths occurred in minors under the age of 18. No statistical increase. There were 3 youth suicides before the courts began restricting puberty blockers in 2020, and 3 youth suicides after. Professor Appleby explicitly noted this was essentially no difference and represented normal statistical fluctuations. Professor Appleby's report highlighted that the children who tragically died by suicide suffered from multiple deep-seated complex vulnerabilities. These included severe pre-existing mental illness, traumatic childhood experiences, family disruptions, and being placed under local authority care. The review heavily criticised activist groups for weaponising suicide rates, concluding that it is dangerous and medically inaccurate to claim that puberty blockers act as a simple cure for suicide, or that denying them automatically leads to a child's death. Advanced Party deregistered. Whoa, now. During that specific 13-year period, spanning roughly from 2007, 2009 to 2020, approximately 9,000 children and young people were formally treated or assessed by Tavistock's Gender Identity Development Service, GIDS. As the years rolled on, the data changed dramatically. The total over time, if you look at the clinic's entire history, up until its forced closure, the total number of children referred reached over 20,000. The rapid growth at the beginning of that period, the clinic was tiny, seeing fewer than 100 children a year. Toward the end of that window, a massive explosion in referrals meant that thousands of children were being processed by the clinic annually. The new backlog tracking, because of sheer volume of children processed during those years, the government passed a new law to launch a massive data linkage study. This study will permanently track the health outcomes, medical histories, and long-term well-being of those specific 9,000 children into their adult lives to fully measure any physical or psychological impacts. So that's 9,000. What about the other 11,000 then? So yeah, you got these wokeries up there yakking, but they haven't even looked into the studies around the Tavistock, have they?
Trans young people need this trial to move forward. For many, this represents the only legal route at the moment to access puberty suppressants. A pathway can be profoundly impactful, and we have heard people say and describe this as life-saving. This hasn't fallen from the sky. There are well-established scientific and clinical precedents for use of puberty-suppressing hormones, supported by decades of research and medical practice, and for a variety of different conditions. Even fertility clinics use these drugs in some of their regimes with certain patients. And placebos, as I mentioned, are not the solution.
I get what you mean when you say sorry, lad.
Puberty-suppressing hormones are not new. They're not experimental. They've been used safely since the 80s, and we have decades of clinical experience supporting their use in controlled settings. But instead of engaging seriously with the potential benefits of such a trial, we've seen the opposition have this issue framed as a broader culture war issue, in fact trying to erase trans children's identities. By removing healthcare, we're not going to be removing trans children. They will look for alternative access to treatments, or including starving themselves to prevent puberty starting, as we've heard, which is horrific to hear as someone who has been very active on eating disorders. I think that that's really quite terrifying. And we should be really focused on making sure that the voices of those people who are going to be biggestly impacted by this, the young people and their families, should be part of this discussion. And I think that the way in which this trial has been put together, of course, is not perfect. No medical trial is perfect, but it is really, really important. And the risk of harm by not going ahead with this trial has to outweigh the risk of harm of doing this trial. We need the data, we need the understanding, so we can make the right decisions when designing the clinical interventions and the services that should be available to young people. And I think that anyone who is denying that should, in fact, think again about why they are making that argument, because this isn't an issue about whether trans young people exist. It's whether you choose to respond to that with the reality.
Order. Carla Lockhart. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm absolutely appalled by the government's decision to press ahead with the Pathways Puberty Blockers trial, because when I look at this decision, I genuinely find myself asking, what lessons has this government learned from the last number of years? Parents have raised concerns, families have raised concerns, clinicians have raised concerns, campaigners have raised concerns. Many in this House have raised concerns. This is not a concern that has appeared overnight. The petition on this issue that was debated some time ago attracted significant support, and I must note that my constituency of Upper Bann was one of the leading constituencies in raising concerns about puberty blockers and the impact of them. Ministers have been warned time and again. The CAST review, the closure of the Tavistock Clinic, the decision to stop the routine prescribing of the puberty blockers to children, all of those developments pointed in one direction: greater caution, greater scrutiny, and greater protection for vulnerable children. Yet somehow this Labour government has looked at all of that and reached the conclusion that will harm more children, not less children. It is decided that the answer to this difficult issue is to recommence a trial using the very drugs that are considered unsuitable for routine use. The very drugs that children cannot routinely be prescribed. The very drugs ministers themselves acknowledge raise serious unanswered questions. That is the contradiction at the heart of this announcement to recommence the puberty blockers trial. If these drugs are not considered sufficiently safe, sufficiently evidenced, or sufficiently to be routinely prescribed to children, why is this government prepared to recruit children into a trial involving the same drugs? Madam Deputy Speaker, what troubles me in particular is the age of the children involved. Children as young as 11. When I think of an 11-year-old, I think of a child at the very beginning of secondary school, maybe even in primary school. I think of a child still trying to work out who they are. I think of a child whose views, interests, and outlooks on life can change dramatically in the space of a few months, and indeed even in the space of a few days when you're dealing with children. I think of a child who still needs adults to guide them, protect them, and make decisions in their best interest. I do not think of somebody who should be carrying the burden of unresolved questions
she's been on some bit
about bone development, about neurological development, and about long-term health outcomes. The government tells us more evidence is needed, but whose shoulders is it placing that burden on? The shoulders of children. Children who are being asked to participate because adults still do not have the answers. That cannot be right. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have had the honour of meeting with Ciara Bell, one of the bravest campaigners I have encountered in public life, because she has been willing to speak publicly about consequences that she will carry for the rest of her life. When people discuss this issue, they often hide behind clinical language and clinical advice. Clinical advice can be wrong. In Northern Ireland, under an FOI response recently, I queried clinical negligence and malpractice. In one single year, £9 million was paid out. So clinicians can be wrong. And yes, we need them. Yes, we depend on them. I have so much respect for them, but they are not always right. Ciara Bell has spoken openly about the loss of her healthy breast, concerns about her future fertility, and the permanent changes she lives with because of the pathway she was placed on as a vulnerable young person. And perhaps the most heartbreaking thing she has said is, I was a vulnerable teenager who needed help, not drugs, help. She has also said, I believe I should have been challenged on my views. Think about that. A young woman looking back and saying that the adults around her should have asked harder questions, should have exercised greater caution, should have protected her. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are all called to this place to do the right thing. And the right thing is to look at the data that is already there and the young people that have been on this pathway and stop this puberty blockers trial with immediate effect.
Deputy Speaker, I support an individual's freedom to choose to live their life in whichever manner they want, subject only to the law. And that includes someone's right to want to live a life and in a different gender identity to that they were born with. But this debate is not about that. It is about administering powerful drugs to children. And while I have no direct experience of what it must be like to want to live a life as somebody of a different gender identity, I have represented parents in the family court disputing their own child's gender identity, and in one case, a child under the age of 10 in legal proceedings. There is an absolutist argument that I want to reject. That is the argument this is only a clinical question, and the argument that politicians, decision makers, government must follow clinical advice. The clinical advice itself is disputed, but I accept the weight the government has placed on the CAS review. That, of course, is where a commissioned piece of work was done under the previous government. So it's right the current government wants to place weight on that. But this is much more than just a clinical question. It's an ethical question, it's a moral question, it's a legal question. And those decisions, those issues that need to be grappled with, fall on the shoulders of the people in this place, elected members. And I want to explore one of those issues that I think is fundamental. And it's the issue of consent. What can consent mean when we're talking about young children? And what can consent mean when we're talking about a parent giving consent for something to happen to their child? The issue of consent is not new. We have the legal age of consent for engaging in sexual activity. Society, through this place and the courts, has decided that children should not be engaging in sexual activity under the age of 16. That is not a fundamentally clinical issue. That is an issue around the emotional, psychological, moral, ethical impact that it can have on a child who perhaps doesn't fully understand what they're getting themselves into. When it comes to a child under 13, we have a law that says consent is impossible. Under 13, there is no such thing as consent to sexual activity. It amounts to what we might term statutory rape. Yet in this trial, children under the age of 13, the age of 12, are going to be asked if they have engaged in oral sex in the last year. That is something that is illegal. That is something that they cannot consent to by law. Why are there
Matt, you heard it right.
Like that within these clinical trials? And I asked,
It's already there,
Oh,
and the young
gone
people
back
that
too
have been
far.
on this
is disputed, but I accept the weight the government has placed on the CAS review. That, of course, is where a commissioned piece of work was done under the previous government. So it's right the current government wants to place weight on that. But this is much more than just a clinical question. It's an ethical question, it's a moral question, it's a legal question. And those decisions, those issues that need to be grappled with, fall on the shoulders of the people in this place, elected members. And I want to explore one of those issues that I think is fundamental. And it's the issue of consent. What can consent mean when we're talking about young children? And what can consent mean when we're talking about a parent giving consent for something to happen to their child? The issue of consent is not new. We have the legal age of consent for engaging in sexual activity. Society, through this place and the courts, has decided that children should not be engaging in sexual activity under the age of 16. That is not a fundamentally clinical issue. That is an issue around the emotional, psychological, moral, ethical impact that it can have on a child who perhaps doesn't fully understand what they're getting themselves into. When it comes to a child under 13, we have a law that says consent is impossible. Under 13, there is no such thing as consent to sexual activity. It amounts to what we might term statutory rape. Yet in this trial, children under the age of 13, the age of 12, are going to be asked if they have engaged in oral sex in the last year. That is something that is illegal. That is something that they cannot consent to by law. Why are they being asked a question like that within these clinical trials? and I ask the Minister to address that directly. Plainly, consent is only meaningful if a child understands all the ramifications. I challenge anyone to stand up and back the idea that a child under the age of, for example, 13, understands what it's like to give up the possibility of fertility, to live a life in a different gender to the one they currently have, to really understand what gender means in its adult entirety at that age. And if I turn now to the role of the parent, what parent can possibly say whether their child has been able to grapple with those issues in any meaningful way? They may be better placed than anyone else, but that doesn't mean that they can really form a judgment or a view on that. After all, it would be preposterous to suggest that adults can consent to their own child engaging in sexual activity. So how can they possibly consent to a child grappling with these ideas such that they administer a powerful drug to suppress their development and their puberty? And we have a government who has taken the view, and I welcome it, that an adult can't possibly consent to their own child having a social media account because they are not in a position to assess all the harms. How can it, by extension, say, but they are in a position to consent to their child taking powerful drugs that will suppress their puberty and their sexual development? It lacks any sort of...
All right, okay, November man. Cheers for tuning in, mate. After everything that he's just said then, right? But you got the leader of the Labour Party, well, the retired leader of the Labour Party, right? And half these fuckers can't even decide what a fucking woman is. Can't even decide what a woman is. So how can half of these make a decision into kids having puberty blockers? Right now, NHS England has paid out 3.24 billion in medical negligence as of July 2026. Right now, so they paid out 3.24 billion, right? But they've earmarked 60 billion. So the government has earmarked 60 billion. The massive 60 billion debt makes medical negligence the second largest single liability on the entire British government's balance sheet. 60 billion, that's more than the fucking defence budget, isn't it? Less than the welfare bill. No, it isn't less than the welfare bill, is it? Is it? I don't know. Are you unredacted, are you? So Slater and Gordon, I know them well. They've, since late 2022 and 2023, right, they've been working on cases for the Tavistock. But it's going to take 4 to 7 years to settle. So if the government paid out 3.24 billion, but they've earmarked 60 billion, and the Tavistock was all about puberty blockers, blah, 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 for 20,000 kids. But the government has put back 60 billion. Why are they putting back 60 billion? What are they foreseeing? If there's 20,000 kids, Slater and Gordon and Pogus Goodhead are launching group negligence lawsuits against the Tavistock. And Tavistock, there was 20,000 children. And the government has decided to put away 60 billion. But then you've got these people arguing a completely another thing altogether. I don't know. And others, half of these MPs shouldn't even be there, should they? Don't get it.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. I think it's a great shame that this debate has become broken up in party lines. And I think it's very much the sort of debate we should have had as we had with assisted dying, where basically people from all sides of the House would stand up and make their own case. And indeed, many members of Parliament from really across the House have been supportive of what I'm about to say. Following the publication of the CAS review in 2024, the use of puberty blockers for gender dysphoria in children and young people was restricted by the Secretary of State for Health due to an unacceptable safety risk, with their use limited to clinical trial settings. Now, polling by Whitestone Insight Polling in 25 showed that the public do not support a trial. 67% agree that puberty blockers should never be given to under 18s, even as part of a clinical trial. This is 70% among children, or parents of children under 18. The Secretary of State, like his predecessor, has declared that he is uneasy allowing this trial to proceed. He cites clinical advice and a need for scientific evidence as a cover to allow him to support this trial. Now, I've worked with many scientists, and we should be wary of thinking that all scientists are working for the betterment of the world. There were clinicians who said that the thalidomide drug was safe. There were clinicians who promoted lobotomies as a breakthrough mental health treatment, and clinicians that assured parents that puberty blockers were safe and reversible. It was in the name of science that clinicians prescribed puberty blockers to children at the Tavistock Clinic for over a decade, and an estimated 2,000 children received these powerful drugs. Where are these children now, and how have they got on? But more importantly, I believe as a Member of Parliament, we have an overriding moral responsibility to protect those who are most vulnerable in our society.
You say 2,000, my computer says 20,000.
In our induction as an MP,
Originally, it was 9,000.
duty to speak out when things were wrong. And it's clear to me that allowing irreversible or possibly irreversible medical research to be carried out on 11-year-old girls and 12-year-old boys, when we know that some of these children at least would reconcile themselves to their biological sex at birth, is completely inhumane and uncivilized. Many of us feel uncomfortable about using beagles for medical research. How on earth can it be right to use children for irreversible and life-changing medical research?
Yeah.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The journey from childhood to adulthood is challenging for many, difficult for some, and torturous for a few. And through that journey, the support of older people, often parents, loved ones, people who care, is critically important. For those who suffer from gender dysphoria, that journey is all the more challenging. And many people, perhaps all of us in this room, would have struggled with the emerging sexuality, which is part of the journey to adulthood. But most people who suffer from dysphoria cope with it as they go through puberty. And indeed, the evidence, and there's been much talk of evidence in this debate, shows that medical intervention in those cases will not only be unnecessary, be profoundly damaging. And yet, at the Tavistock Clinic, which I first highlighted the horrors of which I first highlighted in 2019, thousands of children were prescribed life-altering drugs. It's more shocking still, Madam Deputy Speaker. More than 70 children aged 3 and 4 years of age were sent to the Tavistock Clinic. 380 children aged 6 and under referred. Now, the government is fond now to speak about the CAS review commissioned by the last one. The CAS review wasn't welcomed, by the way, by the military and trans lobby. It was regarded with horror when it was commissioned by those people who now presumably support this trial. What did the CAS review find? It found that doctors must be extremely cautious about giving trans drugs to under 18s, not 11-year-olds or 12-year-olds or 13-year-olds, people under 18. It found that doctors must be able to refer to longer-term benefits and risks of treatment options. The young children should have therapy before they're allowed to socially transition. That many parents expressed concerns about their child being socially transitioned to affirmed and expressed gender without parental involvement. That too many decisions about changing gender have been rushed with too little consideration given that children might regret their actions later in life. And that childhood trauma, neglect, abuse feature heavily in the cohort of patients seeking gender change. As many as 2/3 of those referred suffer neglect or abuse with high levels of parental and mental illness, substance abuse, and exposure to domestic violence. These are the vulnerable children who went to the Tavistock Clinic, closed after pressure from those who understood the horrors that took place there. When it was open, of course, I will in a second, when I've made an attack on the liberal bourgeoisie, which you might want to hear. When it was open, of course, it was seen as an emblem of progress by the liberal bourgeoisie. Now, of course, we know that it was the embodiment of wickedness. I give way to the honourable gentleman on that note.
I do thank him for giving way. I'm part of the liberal working class, I guess. Of course, this debate isn't about the Tavistock Clinic, and he did quote Baroness Cass extensively there. One of her recommendations, which she didn't talk about, was she did recommend a clinical trial go ahead, and she said recently that she supports the trial because she thinks there'll be real benefits to it. Does he want to address that point rather than talking about Tavistock? Does he want to actually address what Baroness Cass, that he's quoted extensively, thinks about this trial that we are actually debating today? Thank you.
Why do they all want to bury Tavistock? You know, when Tavistock was going for years. Why do they all want to let's not talk about Tavistock.
To gather more evidence. We know that the evidence that we have shows the damage that puberty blockers can do. We know the substantial science which suggests they affect bone maturation, cerebral capacity, of course, fertility. But it's certain that there is no compelling evidence that puberty blockers have a beneficial effect, and that's why she sought more evidence, because she concluded there was no evidence, no compelling evidence that they had a beneficial effect. I give way to the... No, I must make progress.
Thank you very much. As another member of the Liberal working class, I would also wonder whether the honourable member has the experience that many of us in this place have of talking to constituents, friends, family, who have children who have struggled with their gender identity and have benefited from puberty blockers. So while he says there's no...
A separate group of former Tavistock patients are currently launching clinical negligence civil lawsuits through ordinary tort law. In these newer ongoing cases, individuals are actively suing the NHS for multi-million-pound compensation packages to pay for the lifelong psychological trauma, infertility, physical breast reconstruction surgeries, and medical complications resulting from their childhood transitions. but they want to dismiss it. And then you got this wokery getting up, talking a load of twaddle. Suing the NHS for multi-million-pound compensation packages to pay for the lifelong psychological trauma, infertility, physical breast reconstruction surgeries, and medical complications resulting from their childhood transitions.
No evidence. Many of us here have direct experience of seeing the benefits in action.
Well, that experience clearly contradicts the CAS review's findings, but of course, it's for the Honourable Lady to have that debate, no doubt, with Dr. Cass. What's absolutely certain is that we have no indication from the government.
Well, it's like I said earlier, it contradicts the CAS report, and CAS even contradicts her own report. She contradicts her own report in the House of Lords.
About what success will look like in this trial. When challenged on that subject, answer was there none. How are we going to gauge whether this trial is a success or a failure? And are these children really kind of guinea pigs to be used to provide the evidence that the Honourable Lady says is already freely available in her
even AI calls them guinea pigs.
Communicating with her constituents and others. We certainly know there's evidence from other countries. Has the government looked to drawing on that rather than engaging in this dangerous trial? We know there's evidence from the 2,000 or more children that went through Tavistock. It's been suggested by some that we should look at the data already available rather than putting any more children at risk. And yet, despite the Secretary of State's agonised decision, and I do say that that's not meant to be sarcastic or pejorative. I appreciate that he was completely straightforward about how difficult it's been to make this decision. Despite that, this trial goes ahead. I accept additional safeguards. This is not Tavistock. This is something different. But nonetheless, bringing immense risk alongside the determination to try and get
exactly, Nigel.
Let's look at Finland and Denmark. Let's look at other countries who've already gathered evidence. Let's look at what we know of those who've already been through this process. G.K. Chesterton said, children are innocent and love justice. I fear that this trial will steal.
The total over time, if you look at the clinic's entire history, up until it forced closure, the total number of children referred reached over 20,000. The rapid growth at the beginning of that period, the clinic was tiny, seeing fewer than 100 children a year. Toward the end of that window, a massive explosion in referrals meant that thousands of children were being processed by the clinic. The new backlog tracking, because of the sheer volume of children processed during those years, the government passed a new law to launch a massive data linkage study. This study will permanently track the health outcomes, medical histories, and long-term well-being of those specific 9,000 children into their adult lives to fully measure any physical or psychological. So there was 20,000 over the total time, but the government are tracking 9,000. Where did the other 11,000 go? And he's losing 18,000 kids. He's saying 2,000. Well, it's telling me here it's 20,000, and the government has started tracking 9,000. So the government are tracking the 9,000. You've got God knows how many suing the NHS through Slater and Gordon and the other solicitors. I can't remember what the other solicitors are called. Multi-million-pound lawsuits government put in 60 billion away for NHS payouts. Under tort law, where it was tort law that we used during the COVID of do no harm. Crazy.
Their innocence and deny them justice. And I hope that even at this late stage, recognising that this government will abandon this awful trial and save those innocent children from that fate.
We now come to wind up, so I invite the Shadow Secretary of State, Stuart Andrews.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this has been an important debate and also a difficult debate, but a necessary one nonetheless. There are some subjects in public life where the easiest course is silence, where every word is weighed, where motives are questioned, and where members may be tempted to step back rather than step forward. But when the subject is the safety of children, silence is not an option. Children and young people are at the centre of this debate. They are not slogans, they're not political symbols, not to be used by either side of any argument. They are children, often vulnerable children, experiencing distress that can be profound, complex, and deeply painful. They need kindness, patience, and support from adults who listen and act responsibly. They need services that are timely, professional, and compassionate. Compassion is not measured by how quickly we medicalise a child's distress. Compassion is measured by whether we protect the child's future and respond to their present pain. That is the heart of this debate. Now, sadly, those of us who are concerned about this trial are often labelled as transphobic. And personally, I find that offensive. Child safety matters to me, and so does equality for trans people. But we have to think about children. The government asks the House to accept that the Pathways trial is the responsible way to build evidence. Ministers say that this is a carefully controlled study, that safeguards have been strengthened, and that only a small number of children will be involved. But the question before us is not whether research matters. Of course it does. The question is whether this particular trial involving children as young as 11 and 12 is the right and ethical way to proceed. On this side of the House, we do not believe that it is. My position is rooted in a simple principle. When evidence is uncertain, risks may be lifelong. And when the patient is a child, the burden of proof must be exceptionally high. That is not ideology, that is good medicine. The CAS review changed this debate because it brought clarity to a field that had been allowed to drift for too long. It found weak evidence, poor data, inadequate follow-up, and a service model that too often failed to look at the whole child. It was the previous government that treated those findings with the seriousness they deserved. The routine prescription of puberty blockers on the NHS was ended because the evidence did not justify the practice. That was not a rejection of vulnerable young people. It was an act of safeguarding. The government now says this trial is different. It says it is not routine prescribing and that there will be monitoring, consent, assessment, and withdrawal criteria. But process cannot answer the central moral question. Can a child at the start of puberty truly understand the impact of interrupting puberty? Can an 11-year-old meaningfully consider questions of fertility, bone development, cognitive effect, sexual function, and future regret? Can a parent faced with a distressed child and a desperate sense of need for relief rationally navigate the uncertainty without enormous pressure? Those are not abstract questions. They go to the integrity of consent itself. In most areas of medicine, when the risks are serious and the benefits uncertain, we become more cautious, not less. We do not reassure ourselves merely because the cohort is small, or say that because only a limited number of children may be exposed, the ethical concern is reduced. For each child in this trial, the consequences are enormous and personal. For each family, the decision is life-altering. For each future adult, the question may one day be, did the people in authority protect me properly? Now, the Secretary of State has said he feels discomfort and unease, and I welcome that honesty, and I believe that to be heartfelt. But discomfort in this area should not be something ministers try to manage away. It should make them stop and think again. Unease is sometimes the proper response of conscience. The government points to safeguards, but safeguards are not the same as certainty. Monitoring every 3 months may identify some problems, but it cannot guarantee that long-term harm will not emerge years later. Objective withdrawal criteria may be better than vague discretion, but they do not remove the risk of treating a child unnecessary in the first place. And the government has still not answered a fundamental question. Why proceed now before the existing evidence has been fully examined? There are children and young people who were treated under previous services. There is data that may help us understand outcomes. There is a Tavistock-related evidence base that should be completed and analysed before more children are exposed to puberty blockers in a new trial. Surely the first duty is to learn from what has already happened and therefore potentially identify wherever there may be gaps. That is not obstruction, it is responsibility. The government must not ignore the wider context. Many children experience gender distress also have other needs. Mental health difficulties, autism, trauma, family pressures, anxiety, depression, eating disorders or safeguarding concerns. And Dr. Cass was clear that services must look at the whole child, not just one aspect of identity. We should not accept a system that is slow to provide holistic support, but prepared to move ahead with powerful medical intervention under the banner of research. This House must be honest about the tone of this debate. There will be young people listening who will be feeling frightened by it. There will be parents listening who feel judged. There will be clinicians listening who are trying to do their best in a difficult and contested area. So let us be clear. Our concern is not with the dignity of any child. Their dignity is beyond question. Our concern is with the decisions made by adults in positions of power. Children deserve adults who can hold two truths at once, that their distress must be taken seriously, and that serious distress does not automatically justify experimental medical treatment. I will.
I really thank the Honourable for giving way. I'm slightly confused because we know that this trial, these young people will already have all of those other things in place. The Minister's been very clear about how the talking therapies and all of the other expressions and the time period it takes, 2 years within the gender system before anyone can access this trial. So I'm worried it's slightly disingenuous to suggest that these children are going to be popped straight on a trial without everything else in place. I wonder if you could just clarify he understands that.
I can assure the honourable lady that I've given this an enormous amount of support, of consideration, and I do understand what she's saying. But my argument is that we already have a set of data that needs to be looked at with children that have gone through some of these experiences, and having spoken to some of them, I do not want to see others experience it. Now, I'm going to continue because I do want to give the Minister the opportunity to respond. The Secretary of State says this trial will help settle the evidence, but a trial that follows children for a limited period cannot by itself settle questions that may only become clear in adulthood. It cannot fully answer questions what a child will think at 25, 35 or 45 about decisions made at 11 or 12. When I was in my teens, struggling with my sexuality, it was complex enough, it was emotionally draining, it was scary. Add into the mix that if someone had said to me, maybe it isn't my sexuality, but it's my gender, I cannot imagine how much harder that would have been. And that's why we must listen to people like Keira Bell. We must not confuse the creation of some evidence with the resolution of all uncertainty. The opposition's approach is careful, proportionate, and child-centred. Pause this trial, complete the analysis of existing data, publish a full account of the known risks and unknowns, strengthen non-medical support. Then, and only then, consider what further research should be ethically justified. This is not abandonment, that is protection. Madam Deputy Speaker, the first responsibility of any health system is not to validate every proposed treatment. It is to ask whether that treatment is safe, necessary, and in the long-term interest of the patient. When the patient is a child, that responsibility is heavier still. We owe these young people more than good intentions. We owe them caution. We owe them honesty. We owe them services that see them in the round, and we owe them the humility to admit that when the evidence is uncertain, the answer is not to press ahead and hope. The answer is to pause, to learn, and to protect. And for those reasons, I urge the House to support this motion.
Minister Stephen Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by declaring an interest because my son Milo, of who I'm extremely proud, is a trans man. I have listened to colleagues very carefully in the course of our proceedings. There have been some truly heartfelt speeches, and this strength of feeling is certainly warranted wherever children are concerned. The government welcomes this scrutiny, and I want to thank members from all sides of the House for the constructive tone and substance of this debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am not the Minister who is responsible for leading on this policy in the Department for Health and Social Care. Nevertheless, I do feel a great deal of responsibility for the health and well-being of children in our country. As the Minister of State for Care, I am, for example, responsible for making sure children at end of life are receiving the right palliative and end-of-life care. And tooth decay, for example, has an appalling effect on children's well-being. So when it comes to gender incongruence, I cannot help but think of those children suffering in great distress, who may even be watching our proceedings this evening. And I want them to know that all of us in this chamber want what is best for them. And we may disagree about how we get there, but I do not doubt the sincerity of anyone who has spoken today. Fundamentally, Madam Deputy Speaker, our approach on this side of the House is to be led by the evidence. And on this, I pay tribute to Dr. Hilary Cass, who has taken on one of the most sensitive and polarizing issues of our times with such courage and professionalism. Now, the Shadow Minister, and I hugely respect her expertise as a paediatrician, has said that our decisions could be motivated by fear and hostility. But I do not think that that is a charge that anyone could level at Dr. Cass, who has shown the utmost courage and professionalism from the moment that she was appointed. It was on the strength of her independence and integrity that the previous Conservative government, of which the Honourable Lady was of course a member, accepted her recommendations. And one of those recommendations was for a regulated, robustly safeguarded trial. Yesterday, Dr. Cass went on to say that she is, and I quote, absolutely convinced that more children will be harmed if we don't do the trial than if we do. So,
Thank you. First of all, I want to commend him on an excellent and brave speech. When the Cass report came out, I was criticised for not accepting the Cass report in full. Now, those exact people who said that to me are not accepting the Cass report in full. Do you not agree that's hypocrisy and that they should stick to their word at the time?
I thank him for that intervention. I know that feelings are strong and heartfelt on these matters. I accept that if the party opposite has changed its position and it's putting forward its arguments with sincerity and honour, that is a perfectly acceptable position to take. But I simply would remind the House of the journey that the party opposite has been on. I will do that.
thank the Minister for giving way. The cash review also suggested doing a clinical trial for cross-sex hormones. So on that basis, is the government going to be launching a clinical trial on cross-sex hormones as well?
Well, I think
the Cass report, Cass, she recommended extreme caution and pushing medical interventions to an older age, warning that 16-year-olds should only get hormones under exceptional circumstances and suggesting a follow-through service up to age 25. Targeting 11 and 12-year-olds for the new pathways trial was not decided by Baroness Cass, but was instead negotiated as a regulatory compromise between the trial sponsors and Medicines and Healthcare Products MHRA. No, Emily Simonoff, she wanted a girl as young as 9 or 10. Oh, bird's nest. She wanted girls as young as 9 or 10. Simonoff. I already told you who Simonoff is. And she's in charge of it all. And it was Wes Street in. We got sacked, didn't he?
Anchor, this is a debate, of course, about the hormones for suppressing puberty. It's related to the matter that she raises, but of course, I think it's very important that we get the sequencing right. Let's look at the trial, let's look at the evidence, and that is, of course, part of the process of understanding the milestones and the forks in the road that children who are experiencing gender incongruence go on. And so let's do this one step at a time. So we are proceeding carefully, cautiously, and under the mantra that the safety and well-being of children is non-negotiable. And with clarity that a robustly scrutinized trial with rigorous safeguards is the only way of establishing a robust evidence base for puberty-suppressing hormones. If he'll just allow me to make a little bit of progress, I'll talk through the safeguards and then I'll allow him to intervene. Now, many honourable members have asked about safeguards, so please allow me to remind the House what they are. That children can only participate with the consent of a parent or guardian, and the child themselves must consent or assent. They have a diagnosis of gender incongruence of at least 2 years.
Unbelievable, isn't it? They've had 2 decades of Tavistock, 20,000 kids. They're following 9,000 kids. But they want to go ahead with this one. Why?
They are of stable physical and mental health. They are not subject to any safeguarding concerns. If they and their parents demonstrate sufficient understanding of the nature of the treatment, including its potential advantages and disadvantages, they must have be deemed clinically appropriate by both their NHS care team and the National Multidisciplinary Team, and if they are already accessing NHS gender services, including participating in a tailored package of psychosocial care.
Just a thought. If this was being discussed 30 years ago, wouldn't what they're discussing to bring in be classed as child abuse? Well, exactly. But I mean, Would you ask an 11-year-old girl, has she given a blowjob in the last 12 months? Have you licked a penis in the last 12 months? And to a boy, have you licked a fanny in the last 12 months? Would you even be asking an 11 and 12-year-old those questions? So why are they getting paid 20 quid to answer them questions? Alistair Crowley. Why would you even be asking kids those questions? What? Because the education system decided to teach them all about it from 4-year-olds upwards? Because you sick fucks in Parliament decided you'll go with the United Nations, you'll hand out the paedophilic books? Did a live about it ages ago. I think Princess Angela was on the panel at the time. And I brought all the United Nations stuff out. And then I brought out who wrote the books and who the authors of the books were. And it was joint authors. And they were convicted paedophiles. Exactly, Michael. I said if anybody asked my daughter that, I would have knocked them out. They can't buy alcohol. They can't. What is it now? They've changed the law, haven't they, for smoking? So somebody like a school age now will never ever be allowed to buy cigarettes. They changed the law on vaping, so they can't vape. They can't buy alcohol. They can't do drugs. You can't give a kid coke. Well, hopefully they don't give them coke, right? You can't vote. You can't join the army. You can't die for the country. You can die in the country by somebody attacking them. And they want to change a kid's biological profile to suit what? To suit themselves? Because the minister sat next to him because he's gay and got a husband, because the minister that stood there now speaking, because he's got a trans child, because everybody that spoke in the House of Lords are all Jewish. Siminoff is Jewish. Drug companies are Jewish. What is going on? Are they losing too much money because they managed to block three different arms licenses to Israel? So they lost a bit of money. So we'll give them this instead. We'll give them our children. Makes me sick, it does. I can't understand why any of these people that claim to be out there protecting children ain't even speaking about it. Where are the pink ladies? Where are the pink ladies? Why aren't they speaking out about it? Where's AY? Why ain't he speaking out about it? Where's all these high profile fucking auditors that all sit on James? Why aren't they speaking about it? Well, I know, because he supports it, doesn't he? Well, exactly, Michael. Even the AI that I'm talking to are even calling them guinea pigs. It's even calling the children guinea pigs. That's AI. But the other day asked me if I was anti-Semite. But yeah, they're all in their back pockets, aren't they? We're out here on the streets because we're protecting women and children. Fuck off, are you? Half of you have all been done for fucking women abuse or child abuse. Or got some sort of fucking sexual deviancy in your fucking records. But we're going out and we're protecting women and children. Bollocks.
The Minister would at least commit to look again at the experience of Finland and Denmark, where their evidence has led them to the point where they're now emphasising counselling rather than medical intervention.
Intervention a little bit later in my comments. I'm going to go through all of the different work that's going on. This is absolutely not happening in isolation. There are a range of other studies that we're taking into account, and I will come on to that in a little bit. So some colleagues have raised the work of the MHRA to strengthen the safeguards for young people involved in the trial. The MHRA has been engaged in a scientific dialogue with the trial sponsors, and it was the outcome of that process that led the MHRA as an independent body to publish the updated protocol last week. We welcome these changes because it shows the MHRA is taking its job seriously and the system is working as intended. We cannot cut corners when it comes to the safety and well-being of children, and the safeguards are now in place to guarantee greater monitoring and clinical reassessment, including objective criteria for withdrawing children and young people from the trial entirely. I would also remind colleagues that the bar is extremely high to qualify for this trial. Only a small number of young people are in.
Absolute bollocks. The MHRA mandated that fucking everybody in the country get an experimental fucking drug that caused ridiculous amounts of harm. Ridiculous amounts of harm. What was that heart problem that children were getting? They went and had the jibby jabby and then went out and played football. And then suddenly had a heart problem. Football players dying on the pitch. And they blamed it on the whistle. The referee's whistle they were trying to blame. Myocarditis, thank you. Football players collapsing all over the place. Oh, it must be the referee's whistle. Yeah, fucking idiots, man. MHRA mandated the jibby jabby. That pillock there was all full of jibby jabby. Him and his husband. Fuck's sake. Now him with his fucking trans... Was it trans son, was it?
Anticipated to meet the strict criteria. Now, some other colleagues, and I turn now to the Honourable Gentleman's point, some other colleagues have queried the need to have a clinical trial when a number of children have already taken puberty blockers and information is already available. But Dr. Cass's conclusions were that there is no...
Yeah, half these can't even say what a fucking woman is. Can't even say what a woman is. He says he's got a trans son. Well, there's no such thing as a trans son. DNA say you're a woman. Your fucking hips will say you're a woman. Your ovaries will say you're a woman. Your pelvis will say you're a woman. Your bone structure will say you're a woman. So you're going to completely live a lie, and then when you die and your flesh rots off your bones, you're going to still lie there as a fucking woman. Tranny man.
Not enough evidence about the risks or benefits of these medications. That is why she was so clear in recommending a trial to find that clinical evidence, because that is the basis on which we can take those decisions. The information in the data linkage study is much more limited than the detailed information that the research team will be able to collect about the relative benefits and risks of hormone suppressing, puberty suppressing hormones. NHS England is, however, committed to delivering the data linkage study and has taken time to ensure that the data is shared by relevant organisations.
I thank the Minister. Well, I've been listening to this debate and I haven't heard yet what the government deems to be a measure of success of this puberty blocker trial before it goes ahead. What are the criteria? What are the measurements? What are the percentages, numbers? What are the timeline over which it's going to be measured? Can he explain what that is? If somebody is unhappy, can they sue the government?
The Honourable Lady will know a lot of this is about the distress and tremendous mental health pressure that young people going through gender incongruence feel. So clearly, one of the outcomes that we'll be looking for from the trials is an alleviation and an amelioration of those significant mental health issues, stress, and the kind of outcomes that we want to see to help some of those young people who often end up in awful situations leading to self-harm and other terrible situations. Now, some colleagues have asked about the wider support we're providing for children and young people with gender dysphoria and incongruence. I am pleased that the Pathways study is just one part of the wider work being done to make sure the support is there. For example, Pathways Horizon is an observational study of all children and young people attending NHS children and young people's specialist gender services. Pathways Connect is a brain imaging study. Pathways Voices will interview young people, and Horizon Intensive is about making sure that there's a comparison group of 300 participants who are expressing gender incongruence. Furthermore, NHS England has opened 3 new children and young people's gender services in the northwest, London and Bristol, with a 4th planned for the east of England this year. And I can confirm that the government aims to have a service in every region of England in the coming years. These services use a different model with multidisciplinary teams, including mental health support and paediatrics within specialist children's hospitals to provide holistic care. The new services will increase clinical capacity and reduce waiting times so patients can be seen sooner and closer to home. Now, I can update the House as well that waiting lists for children and young people's gender services have come down since this government took office. As of April, there were nearly 3,000 fewer children and young people on the waiting list when compared to September 2024. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government stands by the principle that we will always be led by clinical advice and clinical evidence. But that does not mean that we take these decisions lightly. And it does not mean that we are abdicating our responsibilities either. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has requested monthly updates on the progress of the trial, including any emerging risks. Throughout this process, he has immersed himself in the detail, scrutinised the issue, and sought the strongest assurances from his most senior clinical advisors. We have received those assurances, and we are proceeding on the basis of evidence, not ideology. Now, I end with regret that the cross-party consensus on Dr. Cass's review, expert review, has been lost, it would appear. But also with hope that colleagues can get behind Dr. Cass's work as we have done before. We will move forward on the basis of taking decisions based on expertise, clinical and medical professionals, acting within clearly defined safeguards and robust oversight, including in this House, to provide the best quality of healthcare and support for all children and young people to access what they need. Madam Deputy Speaker, on one level, this is a specific debate about a specific issue. But when you zoom out, you see that it goes to the heart of what our NHS is about, which is how best to do the greatest possible good for the greatest possible number of people. And when you look at this through that basic ethical prism, there can be no doubt that this government's position is the right one. A small cohort of vulnerable children are struggling, and it is our job to help them. It really is as simple as that. I would therefore urge colleagues to oppose the opposition's motion this evening. Thank you.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. No. Declare the lobby.
Yeah, unbelievable. Well, exactly. They have got enough to do, haven't they? You know, but they're you got the Tavistock thing where they all put on puberty blockers, they had sex changes, etc., right? And because Slater and Gordon have taken it on and everything else like that, they've earmarked 60 billion for that. So how many people, how many kids have they got going through? Because Slater and Gordon haven't released the figures, but they're all millions of pound settlements each. Yeah, bird's nest. Yeah. Tony Blair's government, wasn't it? Adoption and Children Act 2002. Government changed it so that gay couples could adopt children. $290 against 135. The House of Lords originally blocked it, 196 votes to 162 to block it. The House of Commons rejected the Lords' amendment to avoid constitution deadlock. The House of Lords backed down and the bill received royal assent in 2002. I mean, there is no ethics in there, is there? I mean, you've got so many queers and steers in fucking Parliament, it's unbelievable. And then you've got the lobby groups. No, you go to the House of Lords, talking about it, every single one of them. 4x2. Person they put in charge of it, Siminoff, 4x2. But they don't reckon they're lobbying. They don't reckon they got any power in government. They don't reckon they got any sway. Absolute load of bollocks. We'll play that tomorrow. Richard Tice, what a sellout. Well, we know Richard Tice went and fucking kissed the Wailing Wall, didn't we? Well, it ain't even Wailing Wall. It's a retaining wall, not a wailing wall. What was this one? Why have I saved?
In England now stands at its smallest. Since
Hey, Mr. Dunn. Well, that was a 5-hour rant, wasn't it? What this House of Lords thing was, that was 25th of June. Places of worship. Don't know. $1917. Well, that's Forest City housing. Fuck knows. Ain't got a clue. Ain't got a clue. Two houses live. There's only 7 of us. No one. Where is everyone then? Eight of us. I must be completely shadow banned, I guess. And then people, people don't want real world stuff, do they? They don't want to know what's going to happen to the kids. They don't know what's happening, do they? I did have a thing for what was earlier on, event guide. Mahmood, wasn't it? Giving Pakistan billions of pounds, are they? Shabana Mahmood, is she giving Pakistan millions of pounds or billions of pounds? I don't know which one it is. So they take back that bloke that's come out of prison who was in charge of the grooming gangs, or the leader of the grooming gangs or something. No, that was on the death. I don't know. Oh, why did that go off? Have a look if the run started. I keep on getting loads of notifications, keep popping up in the corner. Oh, where's my StreamYard's disappeared to? Come here, you bugger. What is going on here? Yeah, have you seen all the bombings, have you? What's that? What's that? Candace Owen says she's back. Back from where? I don't know. Oh, good. Right, people. I've just had a message. Dave's going live. Nope, Dave's gone live. No. Time to go over there. Right. Share that, people. Need to share that. Might do another live tomorrow. How government's infiltrated.
What's up?
The powers that be control information. Information is power. Truth only survives together. They don't want this shared, so share it. Like, subscribe, and leave a comment.
Thank you.